Hello, T. Hello. Hello, T. Hello, T. One, T. Check sound, T. Hello, T. Hello, T.
A very good morning to you all, and welcome to the Ghana Trade Roadshow happening right here at the Marriott. My name is Jerry Ajololo. Can I be your brother and your friend? Okay, then pleasure is mine to be your MC for today. Sincerely, we must apologize for the late start and that sound. We bind every spirit of noise in Jesus' name. You didn't say amen, so it won't go. Morning, ladies and gentlemen. Sincerely, we must apologize for the late start of the program. Clearly, it's the fault of the devil. But soon we'll get him out of here and we shall begin on time, on point, and on message. All our guests are on hand. In a short while, we shall receive our guest of honor and the official party. Let me just walk you through this place. This is the main hall of the Marriott. The restrooms are located outside. Gentlemen, you are to the left. Don't ask me why, because the ladies are always right. But this morning, ladies and gentlemen, everything has been provided to make our stay here very warm and comfortable, at the same time to secure. We have cameras all over the place, but I still beg of you to keep your personal belongings safe, because Jesus had 12 disciples and there was Judas amongst them. Gentlemen, if all these have been taken into consideration, then for now, I just want to engage you on your knowledge of Afreximbank and your knowledge of this roadshow and what is going to pan out for all of us. What's this noise? Let me come by and speak with you, sir. My name is Jerry. You are?
My name is Eric.
You are from?
Amanes Company.
Can I have some sound, please? 1, 2. Yes, sir. Tell us about your company and tell us your expectations of this roadshow.
My company is Amanes Company Limited. It's Amanes Company Limited. It's a free zone enterprise. We are into household products. There are many things that we produce. We have about staff of 85. And I'm here because I want to be connected to some of the African markets to do more exports. And also to receive a way of accessing facility in order to enhance my business. Well, it's all about security, collateral security. So if you don't have collateral security, it means that you will not get any facility from any of our local banks. Yeah, I'm looking at a system whereby at least we can access facility without collateral.
How many of us are into manufacturing? Okay. How many of us are into services? So clearly, manufacturing is the major group in this room. Let me ask, how many of you have started exports into neighboring countries? Okay. How many are just about starting? For those who have started exports, share with us what's been your experience before, after, and even now after the after. Madam, you want to start? Oh, sir, you want to start?
Well, my name is Emmanuel Ansamprofi. I run Tractor and technology service provision for mechanization. I think prior to after, there was a bit of regulation and problems, but currently we're working in 5 other African countries: Nigeria, Togo, Benin, Zimbabwe, and Zambia. And the enthusiasm and regulation is becoming more relaxed. Registration of businesses is becoming quite flexible from where I came.
Okay. It's on. It's recording.
Senior, forgive me. Ladies and gentlemen, just give us 2 minutes. We'll rectify the sound problem and everything will be on. sound line.
Sound line. Over to you.
One, two, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. It's okay now. 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, and 30. Are we okay? What of this one? 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 12, 13, 14, 15. Are we okay with this one? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. It's breaking. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Are we okay? Ladies and gentlemen, to God be the glory. The sound has been restored. A round of applause. That's what happens when your operator doesn't do morning devotion, you see. So we have to intercede on his behalf. But let's go back to our discourse. You made a very interesting Hi. Charlie, you off your mic. Charlie, what's the media? Anyway. Talk of regulation. How many of us are into tangible items for export? Please. Let's talk about cross-border trading. Yes, sir. What's been the experience before the implementation of the AFCFTA and now, after?
Well, I find the commitment in Ghana to be higher than the other African countries. What happened is that when you get to neighboring countries, they just act as if they never heard of whatever we're doing in the sub-region. And you try to explain, they will not even bother to listen to you. They just tell you, this is Liberia. Follow Liberia rules. That's it.
Wow. But what are your expectations of this roadshow?
Well, I want some more enlightenment as the way forward. I'm hoping that a lot of the problems that we are going through, you'll be able to enlighten us as to how you are going to resolve those problems and how we could also plug into the opportunities that are available. And that's my expectation.
Let me just ask this. How many of us know about Afreximbank? How many of us have dealt with Afreximbank? Hello, sir. Would you be kind as to share with me your expectations of this roadshow and what you know about Afreximbank?
Okay, my name is Gideon. I provide the services of installation, security service, like CCTV camera and stuff like that to protect your properties and your life. So I know about Exim Bank. They provide financing to business entities. So when you are into exportations or you are into trade and you want a huge sum of money to finance your business, they can guarantee those things for you. So, but I've never dealt with them before. Yes. So for my expectation for this trade show, I'm here to network, and then also because I'm looking to expand my services to other parts of this continent. So I want to network and to make sure I get the exposure. Yes, thank you very much.
If I may push you a little further, are you talking of the Ghana Exim Bank or the Afreximbank?
I know of one at Nyaho, so I don't know the difference between the Ghana Exim Bank or the Afri. So I'm here to learn. Thank you.
Okay. Who do I move to? Madam, you know about Afreximbank. Tell us about Afreximbank and what are your expectations of this roadshow?
I think, sorry, so my name is Agatha Roxton, and my business is Mere Agro Business Limited. We are into cassava processing for export mainly. So from the little knowledge I know, I think Afrexim is the whole combination of the Exim banks in Africa. And so Ghana Exim Bank should be one of them. And we have it in all the other African countries as well. Basically, it's Africa Export Import Bank. That's the name Exim. And yes, they are supposed to help with the financing and also assisting companies and SMEs and large companies into financing. So I think that's all I know.
Tell me, you've heard of the Ghana Trade Roadshow. What are your expectations?
Yeah, actually, I was looking forward to network with businesses and also financial investors, because that's my area of concern at the moment. Okay. I'm looking for finance. So I know I've liaised with Ghana Exim Bank at the moment as well as ADB. So I'm quite keen to, and I'm just sitting here with an absent person. So we've already started networking. So I'm looking forward to doing more financial networking because that's the area of concern for most SMEs and businesses in Ghana.
Okay.
Yeah.
Nice one. Let me get to the back. Are there any views by way of expectations of what this event will bring? Hello? I just want to hear your expectations of today. Madam, where are you? Yes.
Good morning. My name is Akosia Boediwa. I'm with Springs and Bolts Company Limited, Kumasi. Our expectation is to get funding to increase our production. We are into the manufacturing of leaf springs, U-bolts, and suspension sets for trailer trucks. Thank you.
What you do, certainly you cut across, you move from Ghana to the neighboring countries, providing them with these bolts and nuts. Share with us, what's been your experience so far?
It's been, I would say the experience has been turbulent, up and down, especially with finance, because because of our manufacturing processes, we need plants and machinery. The cost of plant and machinery is very huge. We use obsolete and outmoded equipment at the moment. We really want to expand production. We really want to get more automated machinery and plants to be able to produce much quantities as we can so that we can cover Africa, West Africa, and the STAP region.
Well, thank you very much for that. In a short while, I'll be joined by our guest of honor, but let's shift the conversation and let's move to AFTA. How many of us have heard about AFTA, the Africa Continental Free Trade Area? By this, Africa has become the largest continental free trade area in the world, and Ghana is capital or is host to this great organization. What does it mean to you and I? Let me just break things down. We're looking at in excess of 1.3 billion, all right, people on the continent. That's the market we have. West Africa alone, we're looking in excess of 350 million people, all right? we're looking at free flow of goods and services, of investments. What does that tell you? It means people from Nigeria can easily come to Ghana and do businesses. Transfer their knowledge, take their money, go back. They can go to Somalia. Same thing. Ghanaians can also go into any part of Africa. Let me ask you, Madam, how does this sit with you? Hello, sir. You want to share your expectations?
Good morning. My name is Obed Afari. I'm into agro-processing. My expectations for today with respect to after is that possibly after today's session, we would have to get enough ideas and how to go about our trading within the sub-region. And secondly, in order to expand our businesses, which financial obligations we need to settle in order to grow our business.
Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for all the contributors thus far. And would you please rise to your feet as we receive our guest of honor and all the official party. A round of applause. Please rise to your feet. Thank you very much. We begin this morning in the name of God, who is Father, Son, Holy Spirit, asking for his presence to come and superintend over this event. Let's proceed first with the national anthem. Let's remain standing as we receive for this morning's prayer Mrs. Catherine Allo.
Let us pray. Our Father in heaven, we thank you for this day. We thank you for the organizers of this event and for the opportunity to hear from Afreximbank regarding their products and programs with the aim of enhancing trade amongst African countries. We commit today's program into your hands, and we ask that you take absolute control. Let your presence be with us. Take control of each and every item on the agenda for today's program. Let your will be done in this gathering. And let us all here present participate fully in the deliberations that will take place in the course of the day. Let us not only listen to the presentations, but let it be a call to arms for everyone to take up the mantle in making Africa great in their own small way. We thank you for a successful event. We thank you for journey mercies for each and every one of us here and those on their way coming. In Jesus' name we have prayed. Amen.
seated. And many thanks to you, Madam Catherine Allo, for the opening prayer. We did it in the Gambia, we did it in Sierra Leone, and here we are in Accra, Ghana. It is the Ghana Trade Roadshow. Put your hands together and let's celebrate. My name is Jerry Ajalolo, and on behalf of the Afreximbank and the Oakwood Green Africa Limited, let me say good morning to you all and welcome to the Ghana Trade Roadshow. It's a proud initiative of these two organizations in conjunction with their very esteemed partners, the Ghana Free Zones Authority, the Ghana Export Promotion Authority, and the Africa Continental Free Trade Area Secretariat. This morning, ladies and gentlemen, we acknowledge with gratitude the presence of men and women whose mandates are at the core of what we do and the reason we want these initiatives to succeed. Would you make welcome, chief amongst them, the Minister of Trade and Industry of our Republic, ably represented by his deputy, the Honorable Herbert Krapper. Thank you. We make welcome in our midst, ladies and gentlemen, a man who is working for Africa, the first Secretary General of the Africa Continental Free Trade Area, His Excellency Wampiele Mene. Thank you. Let's make welcome, ladies and gentlemen, the Regional Chief Operating Officer for Anglophone West Africa of the Afreximbank, Mr. Eric Monchu Intong. We receive with joy, ladies and gentlemen, our partner, the CEO of the Ghana Investment Promotion Center, Mr. Yofi Grant. Thank you. Allow me to make welcome, ladies and gentlemen, representing our partner, the CEO of the Ghana Export Promotion Authority, ably represented by her deputy, Mr. Albert Diwura, the deputy CEO in charge of HR and admin. Ladies and gentlemen, we receive also with joy the presence of the director for Tema Admin Office of the Ghana Authority, another partner of ours, Mrs. Patience Akolo. Thank you. It will be remiss of me, ladies and gentlemen, not to acknowledge in our midst this morning the National AFTA Coordinator, Dr. Farid Athar. Thank you very much for joining us. It's a tall list of acknowledgements, but ladies and gentlemen, let's also acknowledge our partners or our partner banks, GCB and CBG. Let's make welcome also the Ghana Stock Exchange and the UK Chamber of Commerce. A round of applause for them too. Today we have a tall lineup. The first part is what we call the opening ceremony, which will culminate in the keynote address of our guest of honor, the Deputy Minister for Trade and Industry, who will declare this roadshow officially open. Thereafter, ladies and gentlemen, we shall go to the second part of the engagement, which is very detailed presentations on the Afreximbank are offering to you, our SMEs and all our entrepreneurs. I don't want you to miss that for anything at all, because that one presentation will cascade into other smaller presentations which will leave you very informed about our agenda for you. Today, ladies and gentlemen, we want to kickstart with an introductory remark, and it will be done for us by the Ghana Export Promotion Authority. Make welcome the Deputy CEO for HR and Admin, Mr. Albert Diwura.
Thank you very much, MC. Good morning, everyone. Good. I stand in for my CEO, Dr. Efua Asabia Asare, as the introduction went, and on her behalf, I deliver these remarks. She would have wished to be here herself because she holds this particular program in very high esteem, but other equally important engagement has taken her out of the country. Your Excellencies, Honorable Minister of Trade, Deputy Minister of Trade and Industry, CEOs and MDs of private and public institutions, friends from the media, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, all protocol duly observed. It gives me great pleasure to address this august gathering today, an occasion that's set to discuss how Ghana could leverage its position to trade more effectively in Africa under the Africa Continental Free Trade Area Agreement. I wish to first of all, through Oakwood Green Ghana Limited, thank the Afreximbank for this event. We are sincerely grateful to you for your commitment to support Africa reach the last mile as we seek to either begin and or increase trade amongst ourselves in Africa. We are further grateful to the management and the entire Oakwood Green team for the great collaboration with Ghana Export Promotion Authority right from working with us as we begin the roadshow in Africa, in the Inter-Africa Trade event in South Africa in 2021. To this event, and many others yet to come, we anticipate this event among others. Mr. Chairman, the effect of COVID-19 on our economies has been enormous, and even so, because of the devastating current global and national economic challenges among nations are facing. Prices of goods and services are rising, and most governments are struggling globally to come out of this disequilibrium. One of the well-known antidotes to this type of challenges is increased export and increased trade in general. The Africa Continental Free Trade Area could not have come at any time better than now. After present an agenda for increased trade, and Ghana must be a major player in this great opportunity in Africa. Indeed, after can and should support nations to bounce back into stability. This is why Ghana Export Promotion Authority is happy to be part of this event with the team supporting the Africa Trade Agenda, ensuring the last mile. This team aligns with our key mandate, which is to develop and promote Ghana's export trade. Accordingly, we are working assiduously to increase Ghana's exports. Under the Ministry of Trade and Industry, and with the support of public and private sector institutions in Ghana, we launched the National Export Development Strategy in the year 2020. The National Export Development Strategy provides a clear vision of the desired evolution of Ghana's non-traditional export sector 10 years on. A roadmap for attaining the vision, forging a national consensus on, has been to approach industrial export development that is inclusive and benefit all Ghanaians. The goal of the National Export Development Strategy is to achieve substantial increase in the manufactured goods and services component of our export to attain a non-traditional export revenue target of at least 25.3 billion in the next 10 years. That is by 2029. We are happy to let you know that we have already set up and commissioned sector groups in both the private and public sector to support the effective implementation of this novel strategy. We believe very strongly that the National Export Development Strategy, which also aligned with other government strategic anchor industries for economic transformation, is Ghana's answer to effective participation in the Africa Continental Free Trade Area, and ultimately our economic breakthrough. We want to use this opportunity, therefore, to reiterate the request we made to our partners, including the Afreximbank, during a breakfast meeting we held in May this year alongside the WTPO event to collaborate with Ghana Export Promotion Authority in the implementation of the National Export. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, in spite of the apparent current economic challenges Ghana is going through, we still have immense goodwill in the global economic space. This is what made it possible for Ghana, through Ghana Export Promotion Authority, to host the first ever time in Sub-Saharan Africa, the 13th World Trade Promotion Organizational Conference event right here in Ghana. We wish to enjoin companies at this event to ride on the goodwill to venture and consolidate your businesses in strategic markets. Before I take my seats, ladies and gentlemen, I wish once again to thank the Afreximbank and Oakwood Green for this program, and earnestly enjoined you to continue to collaborate with Ghana Export Promotion Authority in the implementation of the National Export Development Strategy, to help us maximize our participation in the Africa Continental Free Trade Area for accelerated economic development. I thank you for listening.
We're grateful to you, Mr. Albert Diura, Deputy CEO in charge of HR and Admin at the Ghana Export Promotion Authority. Coming up next, ladies and gentlemen, is the Director, Tema Admin Office of the Ghana Free Zones Authority. Make welcome Mrs. Patience Apollo.
Good morning, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Greetings from the CEO of the Ghana Free Zones Authority, Ambassador Michael Oakwood Jr., who was billed to give the opening remarks. He has to attend another equally important meeting and has therefore requested I read his opening remarks on his behalf. So I read, Your Excellency, and the Honorable Deputy Minister, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, all protocols observed. It is an honor for me to be invited to give the opening remarks for this roadshow, which is under the theme, Supporting the Africa Trade Agenda, Ensuring the Last Mile. I would like to acknowledge the hard work of the organizers, Oakwood Grain Africa Limited, for organizing the Trade Roadshow series in other African countries and now in Ghana. I would also like to take this opportunity to thank the organizers for collaborating with the Ghana Free Zones Authority. The roadshow is pertinent as it seeks to foster a deeper product communities. Afreximbank has been interested in intra-African trade and is therefore committed to supporting the trade agenda in Africa, especially in the light of the Africa Continental Free Trade Area Agreement. It is a known fact that access to trade finance is one of the major hurdles hindering trade in Africa. There is a wide disparity between the incomes of Africans and the world, which exposes the urgency of boosting Africa's economic development and the importance access to trade finance plays in this respect. According to a World Trade Organization report titled Trade Finance and SMEs Bridging the Gaps in Provision, it was noted that up to 80% of global trade is supported by some sort of financing or credit insurance. However, there are significant gaps in provision, and therefore many companies cannot access the financial tools they need Without adequate trade finance, opportunities for growth and development are missed. Businesses are deprived of the fuel they need to trade and expand. It was further noted that small and medium-sized enterprises face the greatest in accessing financing on affordable terms, though these SMEs are the leading drivers of trade, employment, and economic development. The estimated value of unmet demand for trade finance in Africa is 120 billion, according to the report. Bridging these gaps in provision would unlock the trading potential of many thousands of individuals and businesses in Africa. It was further noted that gaps in trade finance provision are highest in the frontier countries for trade, where trade opportunities are increasingly a global, where trade finance, countries for trade, where trade opportunities are increasing as global production patterns evolve. With so many businesses deprived of the support that they need to grow, action is needed to address these trade financing gaps. The solution identified to resolve the financing gaps includes increasing the capacity of local financial institutions and providing support measures to increase the availability of trade finance. This is what Afreximbank is providing, the needed trade finance to increase the capacity of the local financial institutions and increasing the availability of trade finance to businesses, which is critical for a healthy trading system. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm aware that Afreximbank is working with various African governments to develop infrastructure, especially in the special economic zones, to promote trade within the continent. As Ghana is currently drafting its special economic zones policy, we are confident that the Afreximbank will be a trusted partner in providing the needed funding for infrastructure development within the designated special economic zones. I therefore salute the Afreximbank for ensuring that access to trade finance will no longer be a barrier to trade, but a catalyst to growth and economic development. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, as the CEO of the Ghana Free Zones Authority, I cannot leave this podium without mentioning that for companies that are contemplating or already taking advantage of the AFTA to export to other African countries, I encourage you to consider the Free Zones program. The Ghana Free Zones Authority is mandated to facilitate, regulate, and monitor export-oriented businesses. The program offers extensive incentives to businesses and is open to all investors, both local and foreign. The condition, however, is to add value and export at least 70% of your annual production. Interested business people can contact my office after the program for further details. It cannot be overemphasized that the possibilities for collaboration and partnership are enormous, and I encourage the financial institutions as well as Ghanaian businessmen and women to take advantage of the financial options offered by the Afreximbank to enable us as a country reap the benefits of the AFTA. AFTA is offering access to a big market, and Afreximbank is offering the finances. We should not have any excuse to miss this opportunity to become a major player in the continental and global value chain. In conclusion, I wish to thank the organizers again for this opportunity and wish you a fruitful roadshow. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Patience Akolo. You are the Director, Tema Admin Office of the Ghana Free Zones Authority. If Ghana today is considered a favorable destination for investment, it's because of the untiring efforts of the Ghana Investment Promotion Center. Would you please make welcome the CEO, Mr. Yofi Grant, for his remarks.
Thank you very much, and a very good morning to all of you. Your Excellency, my brother Wakili, Secretary General of the AFCFTA, my brother, my younger brother, Deputy Minister of Trade and Industry, and my friends, and my other brothers from the continent and working on this very special endeavor. Indeed, I'm particularly delighted at the nature of the audience here today. Because very often when people mention AFCFTA, a lot of people who are in the market think it's a government initiative and therefore think of it in the high level. But I'm particularly delighted that this roadshow has brought people at the lower granular level who are churning out products for which they seek markets. There can be no better market today than Africa. Post-pandemic era and what we've now come to see as the effects of the Russia-Ukraine war particularly puts Africa at a very opportune time and position. And I always say that the year 2020, as unfortunate as it is, actually ushered in Africa's decade. Now, why do I say so? This is a continent that has no less than 30% of the world's remaining resources. It has a population of 1.3 billion people with a combined GDP of 3.4 trillion people. I'm sorry, $3.4 trillion. But guess what? As rich as the continent is, it exports its raw materials and imports finished goods from those raw materials. That can never be a comprehensive solution to changing Africa's economic needs. And so this is a time where we should add value to the raw materials and resources that we have. But then the greater opportunity comes not just today, because it's been shown that by 2050, Africa will be 1/4 of the world's population. The current 1.3 billion people will grow to approximately 2.6 billion people, with a potential gross GDP of about 7 trillion. Now, if you're a business person and you hear these numbers and you don't see opportunity, then you are probably left out of the world's growth for the next 2 decades. But for the African, I think it rings loudly, much more than for anybody else. Just think of it. You have a population of 1.3 billion people. Think of any product that the 1.3 billion people would need, and think of where it can be made. Definitely Africa. Definitely Africa. And this morning, I was pleasantly surprised while I was walking around, and I saw some products that for me, were, creatively packaged, and particularly for the African market. And the one that really amused me was the momoni paste. I was so excited to see it. But not just that. We are seeing herbal teas nicely packaged for export markets. But if you look at ourselves, currently, it's estimated that intra-regional trade is less than 16, 17%. But even much less is intra-African investment, which is about 5%. Yet all the resources are here. All the structures are here. The market is here. What we need is to trigger investments that is going to enable us scale up, so we replace all the exports we do of our raw material with finished goods that are manufactured on the continent. And for us at GIPC, our mandate is very clear. Our mandate is focused on re-establishing Ghana as a hub for the continent. And I dare say so because I with great pride, I recognize the presence of the headquarters of the AFCFTA in Ghana. And it's for good reason. And I think the reason being that Ghana is probably showing a lot of pro-growth policies, like the one district, one factory policy, which is made really for indigenous entrepreneurship, planting for food and jobs. These are all pro-growth policies that will establish Ghana.
One, two.
And so for us in Africa, this is our time. This is the opportunity. I dare tell you that For all of you who are in processing and value addition, just think of a product that you make and visualize the market that exists in Africa. I look at this Momoni packaged here, and I can already see a huge market in Nigeria, which has a population of well over 250 million people, or West Africa, which has a population of over 370 million people. If we can't take advantage of that population size, of that market size, then we truly have not heeded to the call of growing ourselves and creating a wealthy continent. At GIPC, when we go out today seeking foreign direct investment, we actually go out with a lot of our private sector operatives, such that they can meet investors firsthand and be able to bring their capital here to build for that attractive market that is waiting for us to take advantage of. All I would say is be bold, be courageous, be adventurous, because markets do not only just wait for you, they are taken. And if we in Africa today don't take advantage of the huge opportunity waiting with all our resources, with all our young people, with our population size and market size, somebody's going to come eat our lunch. And I hope you know what that means. There are investors from outside the continent look at the opportunity of the African market and trying to take advantage of it. There are investors looking at regional plays and taking advantage of the huge market. But we are here. This is our continent. This is our land. We know the product, we know the people, and we know how to relate. We are all culturally related and linked to each other. And so I would laud Afreximbank for this great initiative and for the Roadshow particularly, because you are bringing this great initiative right down to the doorsteps of the ordinary African and letting him know that there is real opportunity waiting. We should stop thinking about always having to import whatever we consume when we have 60% of our land mass being agricultural. We can make it, and we will do it. And so this is one of the great initiatives today that is going to sensitize our business people, first as producers, secondly as people marketing products, and also as consumers, that all we need really is on the continent. And on that note, I would like to lend my support to the organization, to the AFCFTA, who is a partner firm into our great quest into Africa, and also to all of you who are here, that you are partners in this great endeavor. Don't take it as some government policy sitting somewhere. Take it as an opportunity waiting for you, no matter how small. There is a market waiting for your product, because there's a market of 1.3 billion people waiting, and that market is going to go to 2.6 billion people, of which majority will be young people. Take advantage of it. Dream today and live and actualize your dream, because you can do it, because Afrexim is here to help you. So thank you very much for listening, and may we have a very fruitful day. Thank you.
One more time, a round of applause for Mr. Yofi Grant, CEO of the GIPC, joining us with those strong words of solidarity. We also thank you, GEPA, and the Ghana Free Zones Authority. And so I asked around about Afreximbank and what you know about the bank. Well, most of you are, within limits. What you know about the bank is not wrong. But let me just put it in context, that the Afreximbank, ladies and gentlemen, is the foremost Pan-African institution which is devoted to financing and promoting intra- and inter-Africa trade. It is for this reason that they've come together with Oakwood Green to create this Ghana Trade Roadshow. But come to think of it, they have the money. Who would hold their hand to the market to reach the last mile? And that's why this morning I'm pleased to introduce to you, ladies and gentlemen, an organization which is enabling greatness in Africa by leveraging the partnerships and the synergies across our wide range of networks, ladies and gentlemen, and global leaders to change the African story for the better through five core initiatives. But this morning, ladies and gentlemen, it's my pleasure to welcome the managing partner of Oakwood Green to walk you through exactly what this roadshow is about. Please make welcome Mr. Gabriel Edgar.
ever so eloquent MC. Very eloquent. Your Excellencies, on this side of the divide, the Honorable Minister for Trade and Industry, ably represented by Honorable Herbert Krapper, Deputy Minister, my brother, the Secretary General of the AFCFTA, Mr. Wamkele Mene, who is doing wonderful things across Africa. Thank you so much for being here. Or Afua Asare, represented by the Deputy CEO, Albert Dura, you're welcome. The CEO, Ghana Free Zones Authority, represented by Mrs. Patience Akolo. Mr. Yofi Grant, also an interesting and eloquent speaker. He didn't need to look at any notes like us. No wonder he was selected for the job that he does. Directors, executives, captains of industry, business executives from corporate Ghana, our partners, Afreximbank, my colleagues from Oakwood Green Africa, fellow Africans, brothers and sisters, friends from the media, Akwaba. I'm extremely honored to have this podium to be able to address you guys today. What we are doing today is planting the seeds of the greater Africa. And I do say that every one of us, in our own little way, must plant this kind of seeds. The Africa unity story has been sung by heroes for generations past and present. And it's a timeless message that embodies our very soul as Africans. One of the numerous African proverbs that I like is that sticks in a bundle are unbreakable. Sticks in a bundle are unbreakable. Simple message, yet strong in essence and deep in meaning, telling you that as Africans, if we are able to unite, we are unbreakable. And what we would achieve, make sure we're a stronger force to reckon with. And what better way than through trade? What better way than through trade? We've tried to unite through various ways, but we have seen that Afreximbank and indeed the AFCA have brought us this solution, trade. Through trade, we will build bridges. Trade will move goods and development from areas of surplus to areas of deficit across Africa. Trade will unite cultures. Trade will unite nations. Trade will create employment. Trade will facilitate development. Indeed, we need to embrace trade in order to be able to unite and become a stronger force. And what better time than now, with institutions like Afreximbank, Eric Intong, thank you for being here, the Regional Chief Operating Officer for Afrexim, and of course, the AFCA. The time is now. I've titled my message, The Power of the Collective. The power of the collective. I am because you are. You are because I am. Ubuntu. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, brothers and sisters, there's power in the collective Africa. The future of our continent and the future we desire to create for generations present and unborn can only be achieved in the present by you and I. We have come a long way as a people, resilient, and trade is the unifying factor that we can use to propel our development. Long ago, our African ancestors knew this. They were at the height of the trade summit. commanding and developing their respective economies, and helping to set the world trade agenda. It was regional trade, a lot of it. You had traders moving across deserts, across seas, and dangerous forests to trade amongst their fellow Africans. These trade endeavors were mostly barter trade, but the fundamentals were obvious. Trade amongst neighboring kingdoms and empires was key. And this served as a major boost to economic developments in Africa. And the rise of several empires, the Mali Empire, Sokoto Empire, Ife, Ghana, and co., they all thrived on a common understanding that our collective destinies and wealth could advance only by uniting through trade and collaboration. At some point in the 13th century, writes Professor Emmanuel Champong of the Harvard University in his recent work, A Study of African Trade Throughout History. This book was commissioned by our very own Professor Benedict Orama, the chairman and president of Afreximbank. He spoke about Mansa Musa's famed pilgrimage to Mecca, where he traveled with almost 100 camels of gold and thousands of delegates. The trade activities that caravan did were believed to have promoted the importance of gold in world economy today, and also led to significant shocks within the global markets at that time. Professor Champong noted in his same work, he said, the survival and prosperity of African communities were so premised on mutual benefits of regional trade that scholars of pre-European contract era noted that in Africa, the external conquest was counterproductive, and regional systems emerged heterarchy, interdependence, rather than hierarchy. Again, Ubuntu, we are, because I am. But the story took a dramatic turn. Okay? That good story of trade, when slave trade entered the scene, disrupting the coexistence of our African communities, and promoting the barbaric trade and practice of trading Africans for foreign goods. Colonialism made that worse. And since then, whilst Africans struggled to get out of this very serious dilemma, the rest of the world was industrializing and using technology to grow. We were there in survival mode, fighting wars, and living on subsistence, looking for tea and bread, while the West was industrializing. However, we can't keep complaining. It has been an uphill task since then. Various African governments have tried to change this narrative, creating different bodies from ECOWAS to WABA to WAMI, and most recently, Afreximbank, the trusted partners in difficult times. So while other institutions at the slight change in the dynamics of our economics or economies disappear when there's a problem, Afreximbank is here with us, owned by us and propelling development with us. Africans are a resilient people. We have to defy all the odds, despite our circumstances, and we must be powered by the African potential for greatness and remain resolute in our belief in the power of the African collective through trade. And then again, we have the AFCA. We are ready. The task now is for you and I to start asking pertinent questions as we rethink our collective futures and redefine what being African truly means. We must ask ourselves, why is it that trade between I and my neighbor just across the border has to be so painstakingly difficult? Why should our mothers and sisters in Mokola struggle to trade with their counterparts in Cape Town, Cairo, or Addis Ababa? Why do I have to pay foreign currency for trade within my brothers in Africa? Why do I have restrictions of movement of current and capital finance within ourselves in Africa? Why are we not exploring the value chain opportunities that exists between our countries. Afreximbank and AFCA, they've asked these questions. They've pondered on it. But they didn't stop there. They also have brought out solutions to these challenges. So some of those questions that you've been asking yourself are in the answers, are in the solutions of the Afreximbank and AFCA. The solutions are there. So I'm going to enjoin us to listen very carefully, especially, and stay through the session to understand how we can play our role in this. Imagine if Africa was one country today. It would have a daunting economy of over 1.3 billion people. My brothers and sisters, that collective capacity to take on the world will not only earn a seat on the table, but will determine what is decided on that table. Africa's potential has been talked about so many times, but we can't stop talking about it. Where else would you throw a seed out of the window and it will germinate? Our vast arable lands, yet untapped, means that we can feed the world. Where else do you have sunshine all year long? This means we can actually tap it and power the world. What about our teeming population, all youthful? It means that we can actually be the manufacturing center of the world, just like China is today. The opportunities are many. But how do we begin to harness this? The only way that we can truly recognize our collective strengths is if we begin to collaborate through trade. Dr. Kwame Nkrumah said, it is clear that we must find an African solution to our problems, and that this can only be found in African unity. Divided, we are weak. United, Africa could become one of the greatest forces for good in the world. One of the ways we can unite through intra-Africa trade, is through intra-Africa trade. And this is why Afreximbank and AFSCA's mission comes at a crucial time to us as a people. These are truly Pan-African institutions providing African solutions to our African problems. Come rain or shine, they are Africans and they will be here with us forever. They will not run away at the slightest opportunity of a challenge, as we witnessed recently when the global markets had problems. The Africa, for instance, has the potential of establishing Africa as the world's largest free trade area, a $3.5 billion market, with more than 1.3 billion consumers. Africa's mandate to accelerate intra-Africa trade and boost Africa's trading position on the global market, to accelerate economic growth, industrialization, production, and job creation cannot be overemphasized. Afreximbank, you may not know so much about. I realized when we were inviting for this forum, a lot of you asked, who is Afreximbank? My brother is going to tell you a lot about Afreximbank. But just know that it's a bank put together by the governments of Africa for Africans to promote trade. And they have the capacity to finance and fund this trade. It's a $25 billion bank, and they have disbursed over $22 billion in loans. How much of this have you gotten? Nothing yet. It is coming. It is coming. Without the trade barriers that exist today, the sky is our limit. But this Afreximbank solution we speak about, what does it mean for Ghana? Let me talk about one or two of the initiatives that Afreximbank is putting together. One is the Pan-Africa Payments Settlement System, which was launched by the AFCA, which is championed by the AFCA. The other one is the MANSA, a KYC repository for due diligence. Trade, another trade-related project finance, export development, trade advisory, to say it true. But therein lie the solutions to Africa's challenges. Let me give an example. PAPS, Pan-Africa Payments and Settlement System, is trying to encourage traders to pay in local currency. Can you imagine if I wanted to buy flowers for those, Kenya produces a lot of roses. And during Valentine, some of you here like to buy roses for your spouses. But you have to transfer dollar. Imagine if I could pay Ghana cedi here today, and then those things are shipped to me. The more we pay local currency for our imports or exports across Africa, the more the demand for dollar drops. If the demand for dollar drops, our local currencies strengthen. If our local currencies strengthen, then imported inflation due to exchange rate rise drops. When imported inflation drops, exchange rate drops. If exchange rate drops, even our importation of input materials like fertilizer and things like that, which we can produce locally anyway, also drops. So that our exchange rate that keeps moving because we import everything begins to reduce. It is absolutely transformational. Another example is that it means that we can now begin to look at those who have critical strengths in other parts of Africa. For instance, if you go to Egypt, Cairo, they are building day and night. Bridges, roads, dredging, day and night. They have developed the skills. You will recall, Cairo, Egypt, they built the pyramids in those days. They are skilled at it. Imagine if they can come here and work with us, partner with us, and build our roads and bridges, and all we have to pay is local currency. Do you understand how industrialization is going to be enhanced by just one product of Afreximbank? Or I want to invest in the cocoa manufacturing industry that is maybe on the Ghana Stock Exchange. From Nigeria, I can pay Naira and I can get my shares here. It is completely amazing and transformational. We should pay attention. The solutions are here with us. It means that also the Mansa due diligence, because how do I trade with my brother? I don't know him. Okay? So this is why things like the letters of credit and all of those things were set up. But Afreximbank has created what we have called Mansa, named after Mansa Musa, the great trader of the Mali Empire, which is the KYC due diligence platform. That platform ensures that you register there and you have a unique identifier number that enables you get information about traders and goods in other countries, as well as gives you access to markets, okay, to know where to sell your goods. Amazing. But then, after Afreximbank and AFCA have come up with all these beautiful products, they can't do it alone. They cannot. Who ensures the last mile? Who ensures you now know about Afreximbank? You now know about AFCA. You now know about how you can tap into these opportunities. This is the reason why Oakwood Green Africa was birthed. This is the reason why we exist. To bring that last mile to you and I. And what do? We have a vision to enable greatness across Africa. And how do you enable greatness? It's by being able to facilitate how people can enhance their productive capacity, how people can have access to finance and capital, how you can have access to knowledge. So what we have done is that we have decided that we are going to be part of changing the narrative and not sitting on the sidelines. And this is our charge to you today. In our own very way, little way, we can also do this. So where many people see Africa underdeveloped and crawling, we see a beautiful continent blessed with the potential to be a unicorn in the development in the world, creating opportunities for many generations to thrive. Where others chorus of complaints and blaming, we choose to be a part of the solution. Forget the history. Let us build the future. So by being conduits for capital, technology, and knowledge, we're helping to accelerate businesses and ideas. Our strategic objectives are crafted, carefully chosen to reflect key areas of development in Africa and are also consistent with the UN Sustainable Goals. One strategic objective is to be a conduit for capital into Africa and across the continent. Because of our experience and exposure, we have strategic partnerships, multilateral organizations like Afreximbank. So we make sure we bring them to you, understand what your needs are, and package the transactions that you need in the English that they would understand, so that you can have that access. Another strategic objective we have is to facilitate international and regional trade, especially regional trade. And we do this through our trade advisory business. It is the trade advisory business that has put this together, for instance, today. How else would you have known the wonderful products that you can have access to? This is what we have done. We brought them here so that you can listen to them. Now, there's this conference that Afreximbank does every 2 years. It's called the Intra-Africa Trade Fair. It brings businesses from all around Africa to one place. Imagine that kind of thing. The last one was held in Durban, and we had over 13,000 to 15,000 participants from different countries across Africa. Ghana participated, but I'm sure some of you did not participate. The whole idea for you is to be able to showcase your exports and export potential in order that people can know that you have those goods. Next one is coming up next year in Côte d'Ivoire. It is time to find out about it and be there. We are partners to Afreximbank on PAPs. We make sure that we get those who can facilitate the payments in local currencies to be part of the PAPs, and we're working with them. We are partners on Mansa. We help to register companies on the Mansa platform. So today, do not leave here without understanding what Mansa means. This gives you access to trade information portal, which Afreximbank is going to produce, that gives you access to be able to understand what is required to export your goods or to import goods from every other African country. We also plan to be one of the largest distributors of finance across Africa. We're doing this through our banking franchise, which we call Bloom Bank Africa, located in a couple of countries in West Africa. And so that we would form strategic partnerships also with other regional blocs to ensure that we can facilitate the movement of finance across countries. Through our, one of the critical things we also do is to enhance productivity and accelerate businesses across Africa. SME businesses are the bedrock of any economy. In Africa, SMEs contribute to, in fact, without the SMEs, we are nothing. But the SMEs, they lack certain basic things that they require. One is technology, tools, proper structures, knowledge and access to capital. So we have set up deliberately a technology company that can help you provide the tools for you. For instance, why would if you look at Gary processing, to process one bag of Gary, because the process is a lot. You take the cassava, you cut it, you dry it, something is a lot. Meanwhile, it is very possible for you to have machinery that instead of producing one bag manually for 1 week, it's 100 bags in 1 day, just using the right tools. We will facilitate that. As a business accelerator, we have created a company called Afreximbank. Aims to close market gaps that impact survival and growth of SMEs in critical sectors of the economy. The company does this by leveraging competencies and strategic partnerships in digital financial services, trade development. We especially work with women organizations to make sure they can have access to the right finance. Now, that is us. This is what we are doing. But what about you? What is the charge to you as I try to round up? You are here today. It is important that you understand the use and the purpose of the Mansa platform and provide the required KYC to put yourself on the global stage that is provided by Afreximbank. Okay? So do not leave here without understanding Mansa and how you can get on the Mansa platform. Right out there, there are people to tell you about it. But in the afternoon section, you would hear everything in detail. Also, understand the purpose and dynamics of PAPs to Africa trade, and actively search for trade partners in other trade countries, African countries, and encourage them to explore the use of PAP's platform for settlement of transactions in local currency. Again, you will hear more about that. Apply for Afreximbank's trade finance product to support your businesses. Oakwood Green will be available to you to help you to navigate that. Start preparing for the IATF in Cote d'Ivoire next year. Oakwood Green would also be on ground to help you do that. And then pay attention to the rest of the session, especially the afternoon session, where you would understand more details about what is coming next. Distinguished guests, we are here today working with Afreximbank and the AFCA to help advance the trade agenda. This is our contribution to building Africa for Africans. Brothers and sisters, some complain about Africa's problems, and indeed, there are many problems. So complaining is okay. However, we can either choose to be part of those who complain or choose to be part of the solutions. The entire team of Oakwood Green Africa and I, Gabriel Edgar, we choose to be part of the solutions. What about you? Thank you.
There are those who talk and there are those who do. Clearly, ladies and gentlemen, they do what they talk about. Oakwood Green, a round of applause for the managing partner, Mr. Gabriel Edgar. This speech certainly should be published, and we should read it continuously to remind ourselves what it means to be African. But talk of the largest continental free trade area, which proposes, ladies and gentlemen, or promises greater prosperity for the continent by lifting millions out of poverty. It's my pleasure to acknowledge the man who is leading this effort on behalf of the continent, the first Secretary General of the AFCFTA. Make welcome His Excellency Wamkele Mene.
Thank you very much, Master of Ceremonies. It's a pleasure to be here with you this morning, Honorable Minister Krapper, CEO Yofi Grant, the Deputy CEO representing Dr. Asare, the Managing Partner of Oakwood Green Africa Limited, Mr. Edgar, my brother from Afreximbank, Eric. I truly am inspired by the speakers who spoke before me this morning. I was actually scheduled to provide a recorded message because I was traveling. I came back late last night, and I sent a message to Gabby, and I said, if the program allows, if I can drop by before I travel again tomorrow. I'm very happy I took that decision because it has been a truly inspirational morning for me, listening to the vision that was laid out for how we as Africans can pull ourselves up by our own bootstraps with help from nobody else. The AFCFTA, as you may be aware, is now fully in operational mode. I came here on the 17th of August in 2020, and I came at a time when moving around the world, when the global economy was almost at a standstill, I was welcomed by the government of President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo to start this trading under the AFCFTA at a time when many people around the world, including here in Africa, thought that it would never happen, particularly in the middle of a pandemic. And as you've heard this morning, and as you will hear again from our strategic partner, Afreximbank, the AFCFTA and trading under the continent certainly is now in operational mode. And so I really want to congratulate Afreximbank, Oakwood Green Africa Limited, for taking this initiative. This is the second roadshow that as a secretariat we are participating in, and we could not have better partners than we have in this event today. I think all the speakers this morning really laid out the overall challenge that we have, the overarching challenge that we have on the continent to boost intra-Africa trade. And when you think about why our continent lacks competitiveness, it is because we have been fragmented. We have been relying on the export of primary commodities for too long. We have been relying on others to come and invest in our continent. As you heard again, intra-Africa investment is less than 5%. Intra-Africa trade is between 17 and 18%. We trade more with northern countries than we trade amongst ourselves as Africans. And that's because of this fragmentation of rules, and that's because of this fragmentation of markets, and the over-reliance on the export of primary commodities, unprocessed, that we send to countries of the north. If, as the CEO said, if we do not focus on industrialization in our continent and accelerating industrialization, we shall not have learned from the COVID-19 experience, and of course we shall not have learned from the war situation that is happening in Ukraine. And I want to cite very briefly two very important lessons that I believe we should learn. First, copper. We have copper in DRC, we have copper in Zambia. I visited a plant, an auto manufacturing plant. They make seats for cars. They were almost paralyzed. Their business was almost paralyzed, employing over 750 people because they could not get a component they call a wiring harness. The wiring harness is made of copper. You get the copper in Zambia, in DRC, and other parts in Southern Africa, but mainly Zambia and DRC. But because the copper is processed in Ukraine, it's processed in Ukraine. We take it from the continent, it goes to Ukraine, it is processed, and then it is sent back to us for manufacturing. In 2019, another example I can cite, in 2019, we imported $16 billion worth of pharmaceutical products. 50 of jobs that we have exported, competitiveness that we have exported to the rest of the world. But when you look at what is required to manufacture pharmaceutical products, it's agricultural products. And all on our continent. And so the processing capacity, the value addition capacity, is what has been fundamentally lacking on our continent for the last 70 years. In 2014, we, as a continent, collectively, we exported $6 billion worth of raw coffee, contributing $100 billion industry. So in all of these examples, you can see where the African continent is losing. It is a lack of industrialization. Now, suppose we were industrialized individually as countries. What purpose would that serve? because we have smallness of national economies and we have fragmentation of rules. So even if we were to be industrialized, we would still not achieve the objective of an integrated market that Gabby was talking about, because there would be no legal anchor for us to become a single market. That is why the African Continental Free Trade Area is so critical, because regardless of how competitive you are, potentially, as a single country or a region, if we don't leverage on this market of 1.3 billion people, we are not going to succeed individually as countries. Not Nigeria, not Kenya, not Morocco, not South Africa, not Ghana. Our populations are too small. Our economies individually are too small. So we have to leverage on this market of 1.3 billion people. Think about this. On the turn of the century, or at the turn of the century, there will be 10 billion people in the world. These are the projections. And of the 10 billion people in the world at the turn of the century, 5 billion will be in Africa. It's a significant market. You heard from the CEO the figures about Ghana's competitiveness as an investment destination. In 2018 or 2019, the 10 fastest growing economies in the world, Africa, Ghana was one of them. That shows you the potential that our continent has to be competitive, globally competitive, regionally competitive. But again, without an integrated single market, we are not going to achieve the objective of industrialization, job creation, global, regional competitiveness. Yes, we really take drastic steps to implement the AFC, which is a tool for the market integration that we want to see. So what is in this AFC, and why should we pay attention to it? It's a very comprehensive trade agreement. It covers trade in goods, trade in services, consultancy services. It covers competition policy, investment policy, digital trade, as well as a protocol on women and youth in trade. And the objective is very simple: reduce and eliminate barriers to intra-Africa trade. So we have an objective, a timeline rather, in the agreement of eliminating tariff barriers. Today, if you want to export to West Africa, your product will probably be subject to the same tariff as a product coming in from China or from Europe. With the AFCFTA, when you export your products will receive a preferential tariff. So you become more competitive than the products that are coming in from Africa. The objective is that, and the timeline, and this objective is embedded in the timeline, by the year 2035, 97% of goods that we trade in the AFCFTA must be duty-free. In other words, all of these products, except arms and ammunition, which are not commercially traded anyway, all of these products, 97%, which comes to about 5,000 traded products, must be at zero duty and transit across borders, across regions at zero duty. In the area of trade in services, similarly, you should have a right to provide your services in any part of the African continent. And of course, now with technological advancements, you can do so using a digital platform. without having to physically access the market. These are the benefits of the AFCFTA. A large market, an expansion of your business or your investment into new parts of the African continent based on a single set of rules for trade and investment and commerce in Africa. Before the AFCFTA, this close to 5,000 products that I mentioned, if you were trading, you are in West Africa, you are trading with someone in Southern Africa, the same product would be subject to different local content rules. Any component that you were exporting, East Africa would say, no, the local content rule is this. Southern Africa would say, no, the local content rule is different. So now we are establishing the same rules, and this is something that people underestimate. 5,000 products that are traded in Africa, different rules of origin. I had a CEO of a global auto manufacturing company say to me, Secretary General, you Africans have been holding yourselves back. If I want to invest, as this is the third largest auto manufacturer in the world, he said to me, if we want to invest in East Africa, the local content for vehicles is 35%. If we want to invest in West Africa, it's 40%. It's different local content requirements constrain investment for large corporations, constrain trade for large corporations, how much more for small, medium enterprises? The impact, the negative impact is so much greater on small, medium enterprises. But with the AFCFTA, you can, by a click of a button, you can know with precision the product that you're exporting to Egypt, to Malawi, to Gabon, that it is subject to the same local content rules as a result of the AFCFTA and the negotiations that have happened in the last few years. I'm mentioning but a few examples of the benefits. There will, of course, be challenges, and we need to introduce the tools to defeat these challenges, to overcome these challenges. Mr. Edgar mentioned a few of them, very critical. Payments system that will actually be specifically designed for inclusivity of small, medium enterprises and young entrepreneurs. He mentioned the example of the cost of currency convertibility, which comes to about $5 billion. What he mentioned comes to about $5 billion a year. This challenge. Your money will sit either in London or Europe for 2, 3, 4 days. Which will enable efficient, cost-effective, and is what export development strategy. We have different profiles in Africa. We have different products. We have these regional or national trade specializations, and that's why this development of to get our West Africa, we want to get processed cocoa into coffee, chocolate. With high quality land. To develop these rich centers of so that we rely less on the import from other parts of the world on products that come from Africa. People in Southern Africa take pride in eating chocolate from Belgium. And I don't understand why. By contrast, some people in West Africa take pride in saying, oh, I get my beef from New Zealand or Australia. Why do we get beef from Australia or New Zealand when we can get it from Botswana? Why do we get milk from Argentina when we can get it from Uganda? Why does Southern Africa get their chocolate or coffee from Colombia? So this is what the AFCFTA is intending to do, to establish these value chains that will enable trade to take place in Africa amongst us as Africans. We cannot do it without finance, either advisory in the way that we heard this morning, or in the capital, and that is where Afreximbank becomes a very, very critical component of what we are trying to achieve. The third challenge, also an opportunity and a tool, is a trade finance facility. We are now working very hard to create a digital marketplace. I'm sure Eric will mention it, Africa Trade Gateway, which will create connectivity of small, medium enterprises and ensure that all the market information that you require about accessing a new market, that the information is there digitally on the palm of your hand, and you can access a new market using this digital tool, which has to be linked to trade finance. If we don't have the trade finance, we are not going to succeed to double intra-Africa trade by the year 2035. The drivers of Africa's economy, over 60% of contribution to Africa's combined GDP are small, medium enterprises, employing over 450 million people across the continent. Mainly small, medium enterprises that are led by women. So if we don't focus on what are the drivers of Africa's economy, being small, medium enterprises, again, I would suggest to you we're not going to succeed. And I don't want to be misunderstood. I'm not saying let's not give opportunities to large corporations in Africa. They will benefit because they already have the capacity to export and reach new markets in Africa overnight. But where we have to provide concrete steps for inclusivity in trade in Africa are small, medium enterprises and young entrepreneurs. That's where we have to focus, and that is why this roadshow is so very important. That's why I decided to come to talk to you this morning, because it's a very unique opportunity that this roadshow is providing. The last tool that I would mention, which is also important for all of us, whether it's large corporations or small corporations, the efficiency of our trade corridors. I was South African, I'm now Ghanaian, so I can be self-critical. If you move your goods from Abidjan to Lagos, it will take 12, 15, 16 days. And even if you move your goods from Accra to Lagos, it will take about 10, 12 days. 37 checkpoints, 37 official checkpoints along the corridor. And this 37 checkpoints and this 12 days is a cost to doing business. Let's go with East Africa. You can move your goods from the port of Mombasa to Kampala in 3 days, a distance of 1,600 kilometers. They reduced the transit time over a 10-year period from 15 days, 28 stamps, to 3 days and 1 stamp. 3 days and 1 stamp. They now have a digital tracking system for trucks that are leaving the port. You can see in real time what is in the truck, which officer stopped the truck, for what reason. And you can estimate, of course, how long the truck will reach its destination throughout the Eastern African region, or how long it will take to come from South Sudan to Port of Mombasa. This is a demonstration of what we can do as Africans. What Gabby was talking about, this is a demonstration of what we can do as Africans when we focus our minds and we ensure that we are committed to getting things done. That corridor is now probably one of the most efficient in Africa. So it is not about competition between corridors. It's about competitiveness of trade in Africa and the cost and the ease of doing business in Africa. So this last tool is absolutely critical, because if you cannot transit your goods in an efficient time, cost-effective, we are not going to reach that objective of boosting intra-Africa trade, especially in West Africa, where along this corridor, over 70% is reliant on the corridor. So we have now started working with the African Development Bank, with countries along the corridor here, to make sure that our corridor in West Africa becomes very, very competitive. So that in 10 years' time, in 12 years' time, your goods can reach Seme border in Lagos State, can reach Seme border in 2 days or 3 days through an AFCFTA trade corridor. And these corridors are enabled by something that is already in the agreement. In the agreement, we've said we want to harmonize customs procedures. We want to harmonize transit procedures. We want to harmonize trade facilitation procedures, and we've done so on paper. What is required now is for us to action what we have put on paper, so that we are as competitive as the corridor in East Africa or the northern corridor, as they call it. So I want to once again thank Afreximbank and as well as Oakwood Green Capital Limited for having the vision to make sure that we have these roadshows to disseminate information about the AFCFTA, the challenges, and more importantly, the package of tools, practical tools for intervention, which will make sure that we see the trade that we want to see across regions and across countries on the African continent. Let me leave you with what I always leave people with, and that is a projection by really an institution that is very, very difficult for me to agree with, but I have to concede that I do agree with, and that is the World Bank. And that's that they project where we implement this agreement. By the year 2035, we have an opportunity as Africa to lift 100 million Africans out of poverty, 30 million Africans out of abject poverty, 70 million Africans out of moderate poverty, contribute over $450 billion to Africa's combined GDP, boost intra-Africa trade by 81%, and what is probably for me the most compelling of all of these projections that they make is that the most immediate beneficiaries will be small, medium enterprises that are led by women. That is the most compelling projection that they make as the World Bank. And so we have, as Africans, all of us, as Gabby said, we each have an individual and a collective responsibility to take the destiny of our continent in our own hands, to rely less on others, because no one, as Gabby said, no one will industrialize our continent except ourselves. So I want to thank you very much, and I wish all of you very good deliberations. Thank you.
Wow. Ladies and gentlemen, His Excellency Wamkele Mene, a round of applause. Let me not lose the steam which has been gathered here. Ladies and gentlemen, bringing everything into perspective as to what this means for you and I, fellow Ghanaians, is Ghana's Minister for Trade and Industry, here represented by his deputy. Make welcome the Honorable Herbert Scrapper.
Thank you. Secretary General of the AFCFTA Secretariat, His Excellency Wamkele Mene, Managing Consultant of Oakwood Green Africa Limited, Mr. Gabriel Edgal, Chief Executive Officer of the Ghana Investment Promotion Center, Mr. Yofi Grant, Deputy Chief Executive Officer of the Ghana Export Promotion Authority, Albert Diwura, Coordinator of Ghana's AFCFTA Coordination Office, Dr. Farid Arthur, representatives of financial institutions present, members of the diplomatic corps, captains of business and industry, distinguished invited guests, our friends from the media, ladies and gentlemen. If there were ever an opportunity, one with the potential to unleash the sleeping talent of the African entrepreneur, one with the ability to reduce significantly Africa's dependence on everyone else for everything good, and one that has the answer to empower our women and youth once and for all, it is the African Continental Free Trade Area. Africa is a continent of plenty, yet our share of global trade stands at a not so handsome 3%. Intra-Africa trade is some 17%, compared to 68% for Europe and 59% for Asia. And our annual infrastructure deficit stands at over 100 billion United States dollars. The AFCFTA remains by far the boldest vision of the African continent since the formation of the OAU, now the AU. And if we are successful with its implementation, and we should, we will significantly reduce our reliance on imports with a drastic shift to trading with and within ourselves. And we have what it takes, most of which we have just heard. Africa is home to some 30% of the world's mineral reserves, 8% of the world's natural gas, and 12% of the world's oil reserves. Our continent has 40% of the world's gold and up to 90% of its chromium and platinum. The world's largest reserves of cobalt, diamonds, and uranium are in Africa. We hold 65% of all of the world's arable land, and 10% of the planet's internal renewable freshwater sources are in Africa. We have a youthful population and an educated and skilled workforce. Today, 1 out of 6 people on Earth live in Africa. 1 in 4 people by 2050 will live in Africa, a quarter. Touted as the new dawn of Africa's political and economic integration, Africa's free trade area will advance equitable development for all of Africa's people. It addresses, as we have heard from His Excellency Wamkele Mene, the challenges of small fragmented markets, adds value to Africa's abundant natural resources, provides a boost in intra-Africa trade, and ultimately promotes economic diversification and industrialization. With an agreement signed and ratified by majority of member states. Trade facilitation and infrastructure needs known and being projected, and trade policies being harmonized across the board. The missing most important element for success is finance. And thankfully, Afreximbank has towered above the challenge and embraced it much to the satisfaction of its stakeholders, the private sector, and member states. The bank's partnership with Oakwood Green Africa is even the more exciting. If the AFCFTA will succeed and make the impact we envision, such strategic partnerships become inevitable in carrying along as many as we should. The world economy today is on its knees. People everywhere are bearing the brunt of COVID conflict and climate. And we in Africa find ourselves holding the wrong end of a stick we had nothing to do with. This roadshow, which I understand will stop in several other African countries, is an opportunity to restore confidence to our business community and empower them for recovery. Governments create the climate and regulate the space for doing business. But the business of doing business, as President Akufo-Addo likes to put it, is the preserve of the private sector alone. Businesses in Ghana are the drivers of our participation in the 1.3 billion market presented by the AFCFTA. Like many of their counterparts across the continent, access to financial services and risk mitigation strategies remain a perennial challenge. Innovative trade financing options have therefore become crucial to offer flexible solutions for accelerated cash flow while reducing exposures to trade risks. And to this end, Afrexim's leading role in providing a comprehensive cocktail of trade finance facilities for boosting intra-African trade is to be singled out for applause. The successful launching of the Pan-African Payments and Settlement System, a forward-thinking phenomenal system connecting African banks, payment service providers, and other financial market intermediaries for instant and secure payments between African countries, is further manifestation of the bank's resolve to bridge Africa's trade and investment gaps. The bank has also committed some $1 billion United States dollars to support the development of the automotive sector on the continent. This automotive program leverages the bank's unique status to provide support for the emergence of a viable and sustainable automotive industry in Africa. The hard truth is that we cannot develop and achieve inclusive economic growth without industrialization. An even harder truth, if I'm allowed to take the liberty of the language, is that African countries cannot maximize trade amongst ourselves without building partnerships within our ranks. Zambia, Namibia, Botswana, and the Democratic Republic of Congo, as we have just heard, have copper required for making components like alternators in motors and alloys in a gearbox. The Democratic Republic of Congo and Madagascar have cobalt, and you cannot make car batteries without that. Nigeria, Equatorial Guinea, Ghana have petrochemicals, and therefore plastics. Seat covers, carpets, bumpers, electrical insulators, lamps, door handles, air vents, the dashboard, and airbags are all made from that industry. Ethiopia, Kenya, South Africa, Nigeria, and Lesotho have leather. Liberia, Ivory Coast, Cameroon, and Nigeria have natural rubber for making tires, wiper blades, engine mounts, seats, hoses, and bells. Mozambique and South Africa have titanium for exhaust systems, suspension springs, valve springs, and connecting rods. And Burkina Faso has cotton for interior decorations. Approximately 80% of the world's known economic manganese resources are contained in the Kalahari manganese field in South Africa, His Excellency Wamkele's former home. I used the example of the automotive industry to highlight the sad but promising reality of the African story. Although Africa is endowed with natural resources to manufacture nearly all 30,000 components of a vehicle, only 3 out of the 55, Morocco, South Africa, and Egypt, our vehicle manufacturers. If this does not frighten us, I don't know what would. We can no longer remain exporters of the very raw materials whose finished products rule the global economy. As host of the Secretariat and an ever-dependable champion of Africa's integration agenda, we in Ghana will continue to take very seriously our collaborative role with the AFCFTA Secretariat. We have set up a national coordination office to spearhead the coordinated efforts of the multiple institutions needed for successful implementation. Ghana has developed a national policy framework and implementation plan to enhance diversification and competitiveness. Supply-side constraints and weak productive capacities, trade-related infrastructural gaps, trade facilitation bottlenecks, and the financial needs of our businesses. Through our National AFCFTA Coordination Office, about 200 companies are undergoing an enterprise assessment to determine their specific needs and facilitation support. If properly implemented, this support program would accelerate the readiness and participation of Ghanaian businesses under the AFCFTA. We are implementing, under the leadership of His Excellency the President, an aggressive industrial transformation agenda for the realization of a dream that has long slept on the drawing table to shift us from raw material export dependency to an industrial value-adding exporter. We have, in line with this vision, developed and are implementing a blueprint for increasing our non-traditional exports revenue to 25 billion United States dollars by 2029. We are developing a policy to set up industrial parks and special economic zones in each region of Ghana. We have, for the first time, set up a dedicated institutional structure to provide support to our micro, small, and medium enterprises, and we have backed it with legal and regulatory framework. We are enhancing our domestic retail infrastructure across the country, and through the One District, One Factory initiative, we are decentralizing industrial development in a way and on a scale never before seen in Ghana. So far, 107 factories are fully operational and located in different parts of the country, of which 41% are involved in agro-processing and 40% in manufacturing. In all, together with those under construction, there are currently 278 projects under the One District, One Factory initiative. Conversations that highlight the bank's mandate, its initiatives, programs, and facilities, including the Pan-African Payments and Settlement System, the Manza KYC repository, trade finance programs, trade payment services, online banking and financing products for financial institutions and businesses could not be at a better time. Oakwood Green's strategy to build a financial service platform across West Africa is evidently born out of the need to harness and deploy capital across the continent. The government of Ghana welcomes the collaboration with the Ghana Export Promotion Authority, the Ghana Free Zones Authority, the UK-Ghana Chamber of Commerce, the Ghana Stock Exchange, and the AFCFTA Secretariat in rolling out this very important roadshow. On behalf of my minister and on my own behalf, I want to thank the bank and Oakwood Green, Mr. Edgar, for this bold vision and convey to you the deepest appreciation of a grateful nation of determined business people expectant of positive outcomes. I wish Oakwood Green Africa, Afreximbank, and the AFCFTA Secretariat the very best here in Ghana and beyond. And on that note, it is my singular honor to declare this roadshow officially open. Thank you.
One more time, ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for our guest of honor, the Deputy Minister for Trade and Industry, representing the Minister. Thank you very much. To this end, respectfully, I shall invite all the members of the high table to please proceed to the front as we take a commemorative picture to end the first part of this event, the opening of the roadshow. The second part, go down. The second part, ladies and gentlemen, will kickstart shortly with a power-packed presentation on the Afreximbank. We shall show to you, ladies and gentlemen, in full detail, our entire offering for this year's Roadshow. May I invite to join the official party our partners, all our partners. GCB, CBG, Ghana Stock Exchange, UK Chamber of Commerce, we have the Ghana National Chamber of Commerce here, don't we? Together with the AGI. Let's have you join, please. Where is Cynthia? Please join us. And so to God be the glory, the Ghana Trade Roadshow is officially open, and we say hip hip, hip hip. All right. We want to thank you, especially our guest of honor, the Deputy Minister for Trade, but particularly the Secretary General of the AFCFTA. We want to thank you ever so much. Ladies and gentlemen, please remain seated. The next part begins right about now. Your Excellency, thank you. All right, all is set now for the second part, ladies and gentlemen. Humbly ask that we all be seated. We've heard from all the players. And ladies and gentlemen, this is where we get to what I call the meat and potatoes, the main reason why we're here. To set the tone for this second phase, it's my pleasure to invite a storyteller, somebody who can put everything into context for us to assimilate very easily. He's yours and mine. Make welcome Ghana's playwright and poet, Nana Sase. Ladies and gentlemen, all the members of the high table will be right back. They're just seeing the Secretary General off. Right about now, Nana Sase.
They say that when the music is good, you pay to hear it twice. When you invite your neighbors to the dance, the music had better be good. When you are invited to the dance, make sure you did not call the song, but your steps are regal enough to meet the courtesy of song. How old was Mansa Musa in 1324 when he made that pilgrimage to Mecca and drew the attention of all the world to Africa, this place where the Creator descends in the evening to enjoy the cool of the breeze? Hi, I'm the writer king who receives communion wine from the calabash. I did not come to pour libation. I simply came to ask a lot of questions. But who am I? A child. Summoned to legacy that is greater than I. To have this conversation between commodity and currency, you choose to call it trade. I am old enough to know that it has too many names that we call it in Africa. That was the correlation of an enemy's sword and the protector's shield. That is the correlation of the laborer's rod and the load that he carries. That is that same correlation between the potter's hands and the clay which he molds into so many different things. Africa, Ghana, irrespective of your age, I dare not name all these names, all these titles, lest my voice gets lost in this multitude, this sea of faces and tongues. And so I greet you all. I wish I could have done it in different tongues at once, but you see, circumstance permits me to do only one. And so I offer word. You lend ear. That is a simple story of trade. I come from this place where miracles are a daily occurrence. This crossroads of dreams, this market of 9 moons, and I ask you, who will divine the future of the diviner? And who will prophesy to the prophet? Who will tell stories to the old and teach proverbs to the tongue of the linguist? Who will think for the king? Who would offer meat to the hunter? Who would fight for the warrior? But above all, I ask you, who would sing the praise of the bard? And who is going to make Africa work again? Adumankuma breathes gently against my skin, so I can afford a smile. I hear the birds gossip, the spotless sky, a loud riddle. The sun has fallen in my backyard, for I am a son of the east, where the sun arises in all of its glory. I got my tongue from Obibini. I learned my song from Agbeno Heavy, the ever young songbird of the marketplace, who says, it is only the man who sits under the tree who knows the intensity of the breeze. Life is hard. And then I'm quick to add that there is hope in the flatulence of the bee. The younger teachers of the old, so mother hen knows the juiciest worms. Ask Ananu the spider, the crafty one who lives on the diagonal junctions, who sees father, the tortoise or the hare. I yearn for the toes to drown my ears. I yearn for the dew to soak my heat. I will lie on my back and wait. The moon and stars will soon be here. And so we have learned well. Africa, we have learned well that gold is not our wealth. Gold is not the things we pride ourselves in, but our commonwealth is simply this conglomeration of beautiful minds and wills to turn our destinies around. And so I am tired of sleeping, because all men sleep, but few dare to dream, for dreams are the preserve of the chosen. And so I decided to wake up from these lofty dreams that would change Africa and begin to take significant regal steps with hope for rhythm. And so, what do I give in exchange for all the things I would like to see? Onipa bremo wo, okoko brema ngwan. O brema den. They call us Africa. Or see, you're free, yet we owe everybody in the world, and we have all the wealth to show for it. I simply came to give this bell to who would care to take it, so that in return I will receive a song of hope. And then I will beat my chest, not because I do not have enough drums to call the appellations of the ancestors, but we all defer to Creator of the Sun, whom the ancestors call God. Africa, what have we learned? Where have the children gone? What have the fathers seen? That a foolish son dares to point to his father's house with the left finger, and the daughter in that same wise thinks herself old enough to teach her own mother how to bear children. How old was Mansa Musa in 1324 when he made that pilgrimage to Mecca? What did he wear? What shoes did he have? You want to ask me? I could tell you. For you see, when we ensure the last mile, I will still be here to tell the stories of how we had our beautiful talk shops and of how some few dared to have their workshops and make Africa work again. And so, when all is said and done, when all is stripped, posterity points their fingers at us. We determine whether it will be the left or the right. They could call our names as catcalls, or they could say, eneye num sikasa efrise ebinum abeji dimpa dia toho ama yenso yenya tipa. Ago fiha. A good matter is short. The cock that crows to wake up the whole neighborhood belongs to one household. And so I did not forget my manners. I welcome you if you are not from this place. If you forget everything, tell them you came to the center of the earth. Tell them you heard different people speak. You might not remember all those statistics, but tell them you met the writer king who sips communion wine from the calabash. I dared to speak to you in English. I spoke some Chi, but as I leave, I will leave you with a simple song of hope in trade for my bell. He says, Chizi gadodemi aguna gava jegodo. There is darkness still in our minds, but dawn cannot be too far behind. What is Africa's trade agenda? Cowries for what? Gold for this? Technology for what? Probably it's a simple handshake and treating my brother better, and dare not to give him too many political colors, or give him tribe, or to give her gender, to lock her up in the kitchen and think that English or any other language slapped on us will turn the tides around. Chiziga dudemi kunagavajalo, Chiziga dudemi agunagavajalo, Chiziga dudemi nagunagavajalo. A good matter is short. And so I pour libations to all of you, living ancestors. I will be back.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. For all those outside, respectfully, I ask that you make your way back in. We are all set for the second part. Nasasi has brought everything into perspective, and I believe we are all poised to hear and understand exactly what Afreximbank has in store for us as the business community as part of this Ghana Trade Roadshow. The beauty about this presentation is that it will be done in 15 or 20 minutes, and the rest will be for you, our audience, to engage with our resource person. We have mics around for you to engage by way of raising your hands and asking your questions. Just identify yourself first, your institution, and then proceed with your question and suggestion. All our friends outside, please make your way back in. We're all set for you. Okay.
Sorry.
Ladies and gentlemen, with all set now, it's my pleasure to invite the Regional Chief Operating Officer for Anglophone West Africa of the Afreximbank. Please make welcome Mr. Eric Monchu Intong.
Thank you, my brother, Jerry. A very warm welcome to all our friends, all participants, all delegates. A lot has been said about trade in Africa, and please do allow me to stand on all the established protocols. Afreximbank was created as a response to some of the issues that the previous speakers have highlighted. It was created as a child of necessity because during the 80s, there was a crisis like what happened with COVID or the Russia-Ukraine crisis that is currently ongoing. There was a crisis that started in Latin America. And because Africa is commodity dependent, we export raw commodity. Once the global prices in the world market collapse, the whole continent starts suffering. So African heads of states came together and said, let us create a bank that will be able to help support us, especially in moments of crisis like now. So it's a market failure bank. It's a child of necessity. That means when the tides are low, and a financial institution that will be there to stand by you, support you, rekindle various African economies so that again we can stand on our feet in an African way, providing African solutions to African problems. That's why the bank was created. So I will ask my friend at the back to move the slides so that I can take you through very quickly of what the bank is meant to do. First, just to see, I would quickly touch on an overview on the bank, just so you know the bank. And then we'll talk about the various instruments of intervention, how we support you. We'll also talk about eligibility criteria, what makes you qualify to benefit from the facilities of Afreximbank, and how to apply. Of course, once you apply, you will be interested to know the credit process. I hope the sound is not echoing too much. Okay. So it will be important for you to know the credit process so that you set the right expectations. And finally, we don't only do financing, we also do facilitation. I will highlight some of the key initiatives which Afreximbank is carrying on to support trade in Africa. Next slide, please. Next. So you see, this year makes Afreximbank 29 years old. So next year we're going to be celebrating our 30th anniversary. The bank was set up as a multilateral financial institution to promote, facilitate, and finance intra and extra African trade. So three things: promote, facilitate, and finance intra and extra African trade. Intra-African trade is trade among African countries. Extra-African trade is trade between Africa and the rest of the world. It's the mandate, that is the queen essence why the bank was created. Its legal status is a multilateral financial institution. We are having 4 classes of shares. Class A being African states. Today we have 52 out of the 55 African states who are members of Afreximbank. The only 3 that are remaining, and we are in advanced discussion with the countries to join, are Somalia, Libya, and Western Sahara. These 3, you can guess why they are not yet members, because sometimes of the political instabilities in these countries. But we are hopeful that between now and the end of the year, they'll become members. We are headquartered. The African Export-Import Bank is headquartered in Cairo. We have the first branch that was opened in Harare, Zimbabwe, that looks after Southern Africa. So that's the primary regional office that was opened. The second was opened in Abuja, Nigeria, that covers Anglophone West Africa. That is the branch that I head, and this is one of my countries. The Anglophone West African region comprises Nigeria, Ghana, Liberia, Sierra Leone, Cape Verde, and the Gambia. And then we have a branch in Abidjan, Cote d'Ivoire, that covers Francophone West Africa. We have a branch in Kampala, Uganda, that looks after East African countries. And the newborn, or the last born in the family, is a branch in Yaoundé, Cameroon, that covers the Central African region, including the DRC. We are rated by several rating agencies, A- by GCR. GCR is a South African-based rating agency and has now been acquired by Moody's. This happened like not more than 2 months ago. So it rated Afreximbank A-, a stable outlook or positive outlook. Then we have BAA1 by Moody's, BBB with a stable outlook by Fitch. This BBB was an upgrade that happened just last week. And we have A-, again with a stable outlook by GCR. GCR is a Japanese rating agency. Now, this rating makes Afreximbank an investment-grade entity. That's why we can issue guarantees, we can guarantee your transaction, just like we can fund your transactions. Afreximbank operates on the basis of 5-year strategic plan, and we will very quickly be highlighting the current strategic plan. Next slide, please. Yeah, I think I've already covered this once, so let's just move on because we don't have so much time. It's just about the profile of the bank. I tend to be hearing some echoes. It's okay. Presentation is gone. Maybe I should have complained that I'm hearing echoes. All right, so I can be talking because I live and sleep and dream Afreximbank. So one of the things that you notice is that for us, from when we were created in 1993, we decided to develop 5-year strategic plans. And our strategic plans are typically hinged on 4 pillars. Now, we are actually implementing our number 6 strategic plan, which we call Impact 2022, Consolidate and Extend. I will explain to you why we call it that way. It's an extension of the 5th strategic plan, or strategic plan number 5, which we call Impact 2021 Africa Transformed, that ran from 2017 to 2021. And it was hinged on 4 pillars. Pillar number 1 being intra-African trade. We heard this morning when the Secretary General of the AFCFTA, His Excellency Wamkele Mene, highlighted that today intra-African trade stands at 17 to 18%. This is very small if you compare it with the intra-European trade, which is more than 60%, intra-Asian trade, which is more than 70%. So Afreximbank decided to make intra-African trade the arrowhead of its strategic plan. Let us grow products, facilities to promote and finance trade among African countries. So if you bring a transaction to Afreximbank within the space of intra-African trade, let's say you're manufacturing chocolate here and exporting to the rest of the Africa region, then it will fall within the mandate. One critical point why this is very important is that you need to understand the strategy of a bank, and then it will facilitate and enable you apply for their facilities. So anything that has to do with intra-African trade, a transaction that allows you to produce something to sell locally and export to other African countries, will fall very squarely in our strategy. And today, intra-African trade is not happening alone. It's happening under the AFCFTA. We recall that trading under the AFCFTA started in January 2021. So we are more than 1 year old. Even though we're still finalizing rules of origin and all the soft infrastructure that we need to be able to promote intra-African trade. The second very closely related pillar is industrialization and export development. For us to trade among ourselves, we need to be industrialized. We need to construct industries, factories, industrial parks, special economic zone, agro-processing parks, to be able to transform the raw materials into finished goods. For instance, Ghana and Cote d'Ivoire cannot trade cocoa for cocoa, as the SG of the AFCFTA was saying. But Ghana produces one of the best chocolate in the world. This can be exported to every other African country. So for that to happen, people had to build factories. But these are not enough, because majority of the cocoa that is produced in Ghana is still being sold as cocoa beans. We want all of it to be transformed in this country so that the value addition will be there. That's why industrialization and export development is very closely linked to the first pillar, which is intra-African trade. We need to produce the goods that need to be traded. The third pillar in the previous strategic plan had to talk about trade finance leadership. For us to be able to finance all the transactions is not just financing you, the entrepreneurs, you, the SMEs or the corporates, but also strengthening the local financial market by providing them with instruments that will give them the financial strength to be able to complement. One thing that must be very much and very well clarified is that Afreximbank does not compete with local financial institutions. Afreximbank complements what local financial institutions do. So when you bring a financing request to Afreximbank, we will ask you, who is your bank? Bring the bank on board. And then together with your local bank, we work to provide the financing. So that the amount that can be handled by the local bank will be handled by the local bank. And any differential is what Afreximbank will provide. So we don't just provide those financing to you, the entities, the corporates, the SMEs. We also provide lines of credit and various products. My colleague here, Uju, who is our head of financial institutions, will be telling you more about specific trade finance products, which you will see that we typically provide to financial institutions and yourselves. This gives us the position to strengthen trade finance leadership, which is pillar number 3. The fourth pillar essentially is financial sustainability. Financial sustainability means we need to be financially sound. We'll keep the rating that you just saw, or better. We have to have sufficient capital adequacy. We have to make sure that our net non-performing loans ratio is as low as possible. Currently, it trends around 3 to 3.25% NPL ratio, and a capital adequacy ratio. As per Basel III, a tier 1 bank should have a minimum of 15%, but Afreximbank does not have below 23%. That keeps us financially solid to be able to continue to support you. So, if you now look at what is the current strategic plan, it's an extension of the one I just explained. So where you see pillar number 1 is what? Intra-African trade and the AFCFTA. So anything within that, and I'm spending time on this slide because it's very important. Once you understand the strategy, you will know how to structure your requests that will meet the requirements of Afreximbank. So intra-African trade and the AFCFTA. Any transaction that you have within this, please come to Afreximbank. We'll be able to look and find a solution to provide support. Number 2 is the same, industrialization and export development. Industrial parks, we heard from the Ghana Free Trade Zone, Ghana Export Promotion Authority. All of this, we partner with them to be able to provide facilitation as well as financing around industrialization and export development. And then leadership in a global trade bank in Africa, of course, it has to do with supporting financial institutions so that we will complement their capacity. You know, typically when you are importing something, say you're importing capital goods, When you go to local banks to provide foreign currency, they need to go to the central bank or buy in the interbank market. It is very scarce. FX scarcity becomes very seriously exacerbated, especially during crisis moment like now. That's why most of the facilities that we provide are in foreign currency, so that you import the equipment, you'll be able to do the investment that you need to do, and then gradually raise and repay, so that we can lend it to another person. You know, it's very important to repay your facility, so that another person can benefit. This is your bank. You created the bank, and we have to make sure that the bank remains sustainable. Last but not the least, we need to be financially sustainable. Okay, I will go a bit fast. I just needed all of us to understand the 4 pillars of Afreximbank, so that you will know once you are structuring a transaction and you're bringing a request through Oakwood Green Africa to Afreximbank or directly to Afreximbank, you bear that in mind. This is very important. Now we intervene through 3 broad instruments. Credit, which means we give all sorts of loans, be it short-term loan, structured trade finance, pre-export finance, various facilities that my colleague Uju will be detailing to you during her presentation. We also issue guarantees, which are, for instance, sometimes our pricing may not be very competitive. You come to Afreximbank, we guarantee you, and on the back of that guarantee, you can access cheaper funding from Europe. We say for every $1 that we put on the table, we can attract $7. So the mandate is not just to give money directly, but also to bring foreign investors to find comfort in the fact that Afreximbank is part of this transaction, and they'll be able to support you. So we issue various guarantees. We have a standalone department called Guarantees and Specialized Financing. Coincidentally, this department is headed by a Ghanaian, Mr. Kofi Asumado. So we have short-term guarantees, medium terms, and long-term guarantees to be able to provide various instruments that will help you. Of course, we also do advisory. Advisory and capital market is a department in the bank where we can take corporates and SMEs to issue bonds or to source funding from various financial institutions, not just Afreximbank. Next slide, please. So those are the 3 instruments which we use to intervene: credit, guarantees, and advisory. A few highlights. I will not go into the details because specific presentation later in the afternoon will give further details. Trade finance, short-term facility, line of credit will give you liquidity to be able to support working capital. You also have a specialized finance and agency. One of the things that we do is that we provide agency facilities. So for instance, if there is a syndicated facility, it's typically required that you have an agency that will be a custody of the security, that will provide coordination on behalf of all the lenders. Afreximbank, so they need to also have this service included. We also have direct financing. Direct financing means for an entity that is qualified to borrow directly from Afreximbank, you approach us directly through your financial advisor, say, Oakwood Green Africa, and we'll be able to provide the support. Now, why we distinguish it from on lending is that you need to have a minimum, because Afreximbank is a wholesale bank, you need to have you need to meet certain minimum acceptance criteria, such as a minimum annual turnover of about $10 million, a minimum balance sheet total of about $2 million, and of course 3 years audited account. Now, if you don't qualify because you are an SME, we work through the financial institution for on lending. That means we provide a facility to your local bank for on lending to you. In that case, a structure will be developed in such a way that you will have the local bank as a borrower, and then you have your entity as a sub-borrower, and then Afreximbank as a lender. Because we are very mindful that a lot of SMEs in Africa may not meet the corporate lending criteria. That way, we'll still be able to provide the financing support. We have various facilities such as asset-backed facility. That means you have certain assets which generate cash. It can be fixed assets or even reserve-based lending, like Ghana is very rich in minerals like gold. We can evaluate the reserve and use that instead of waiting to mine and take the royalties from the mining. You use those reserves and borrow against. This again also relates to another type of financing that we call future flows financing. So for instance, something that used to happen in the past that entities like Bank of Ghana used to do to support the FX supply in the market. We all know the annual syndication of the Cocoa Board. So the Central Bank or Bank of Ghana knows that sometime around October, November, there will be an inflow, say 1.3, 1.5, 1.8, depending on their need of that year, of foreign currency. So on that basis, they will be able to structure a facility where they can use the proceeds in advance and spread it across the year. So instead of waiting that, let's wait till October, November, and receive 1.5 billion US dollars. They will split, they will get short-term overdraft to make sure that there's a spread throughout the year supply of foreign currency. Now, it comes to you like an entity. If you have receivables that you're going to receive, say, in 90 days or in 180 days or in 1 year, instead of waiting for that money, bring those receivables, we'll be able to lend to you against those receivables so that we discount them to you, you get the liquidity, go and invest, and we stay behind and collect the receivable. That's what is called future flow financing. So my colleague here will give you more details. Next slide, please. One of the things that we do, and this is very interesting, just so we note, is that when you speak with commercial banks, they will define trade finance to be short term. That means maximum 1 year. But look at the situation of Africa. And that speaks to why we have a different definition to trade finance in Afreximbank. Imagine that we have cocoa being produced here. 80 to 90% of the cocoa produced is exported as bean. And today we decide to say we want to industrialize and process 100% of our cocoa in Ghana. Right? It will mean that we need to import the capital goods. We need to construct the plant. We need to test, commission before we start. Now, sale of the capital goods, the machinery that you're going to import, that's trade, right? If I'm giving you a facility, am I going to give you a short-term facility? Definitely not, because that will be mismatched. I need to factor in the time it will take for you to ship the equipment from the supplier, construct the plant, test it, commission it. So in Afreximbank, I will still define that as trade finance. Even though the facility I'm going to give you, we consider the time and factor in a grace period, which you are not going to repay principal. Say 1 to 2 years. And then when the factory is now operating and generating the cash flow, then you will start repaying the facility. I still call that trade finance because it's very, very critical. And for that to happen, that's why Afreximbank has a separate department, and we're going to be hearing later today a detailed presentation on project finance. We need to finance the construction of greenfield or brownfield projects. It is very critical. Because if you see Europe, you look at America, look at Asia, look at China today. In China, if they want to produce pen, they will produce pen for the whole world. They will not produce pen for their country. So for us to get to that level, we need to finance projects. We have a standalone project finance department. To closely support that, we have another standalone department which we call export development department, which means projects that will lead to value-added export need to be treated specifically different. And projects that need maybe to produce local product for local consumption need also to be treated differently. That way, we have an accent in making sure we get industrialized to start producing the goods and services for us to trade. So that's why we have those. So we also handle project finance, we handle export development. Next slide, please. Just bear in mind, there will be detailed presentation on these. I'm just trying to manage our time. Okay, I've already highlighted export development, so we can move on. It's not working? Okay, so export development, so, but we have specialized programs. Specialized programs are programs that help us to intervene in specific sector. Take, for instance, the medical sector. When COVID struck, we saw how difficult it was for us to even have face masks, PPEs. We didn't even have local manufacturing capacity. So for us to be able to have this, we have a specialized product which is structured as a two-phase facility to be able to finance the construction of medical facilities in a way that Afreximbank will issue a guarantee on the back of which trade, and on PAPS and on MANSA that will go a deep dive into the details. But let's assume that you've understood that you need, take for instance, a short-term facility. What do you need to consider to see whether you're eligible? You send a facility application. Of course, the facility application should comprise your 3-year audited financials. Okay? You need to also, especially with respect to a project, you need to also provide a business plan. You need to provide the KYC information, that is certificate of incorporation, license, or any constitutional document that gives the legal existence of that entity. You need to ensure that you provide profiles of the boards and management of the organization. You also provide confirmation that the entity is domiciled in an African country, in one of the 52 member countries of Afreximbank. Remember, we are set up to promote, finance, and facilitate intra- and extra-African trade. Africa is very critical. Then you also need to demonstrate the development impact. This is very critical. The difference between Afreximbank and commercial banking is that when I'm giving you a facility, I will also ask you questions. I'm going to give you this facility to finance a particular project or a transaction. How many people are you employing today? When this money comes through, how many more people are you going to employ? We need to assess the development impact. It can be by way of increasing the number of people that you employ, or it can be by way of contributing to the development of that particular sector. It can be by way of contributing to the generation of FX, which is always very scarce across the continent. All of these things we need to assess. It's a very critical component because it aligns with the mandate why the bank was set up. And of course, I had highlighted the minimum amount that you need to have by way of guide you, handhold you, and lead you where you'll be able to meet those criteria. What happens next? Next slide, please. So how to apply? Typically, you address an application to the president of the bank, detailed information about the applicant, brief information about the transaction. You provide a company profile and the shareholding. Information. Of course, once you provide these highlights, we'll be able to come back to you if we need further information. This is very important. It takes time. You know, you have to be deliberate. This bank was created for you. A lot of people are not aware of it. A lot of entities in Ghana struggle, whereas Afreximbank, and we work with. Look at it quickly. Now, you are eligible. Let's say you have now packaged your information and you have applied. What happens with the credit approval process? Next slide, please. Now we have a 3 credit approval process phase. And this is 3 phase. A 3-phase process means that we start off with the KYC, where we receive documents, certificate of incorporation, profiles of board members and senior management, licenses, permits. whatever is applicable as a legal document that establish you as a legal entity. Source of capital, KYC. Once KYC is cleared, we now move on to the next stage, which we start doing a pre-assessment. It's an assessment done by the business origination team to start the credit approval process. Assess the purpose of the facility. The proposed collateral that you think, if the cash flow cannot repay, what is the fallback option? In credit, there's always a primary source of repayment and a secondary source of repayment. So you provide a secondary source of repayment by proposing collateral. Don't be scared about collateral, because sometimes you can structure a transaction to be self-liquidating in such a way that the source of repayment can also serve as a collateral. So for instance, if you have a transaction where you are assigning receivables as a source of repayment, that receivable is going to come through an account in which it's created and structured. That will serve as a source of repayment. But because it's backed by a contract, it also forms part of the security package. So structured trade allows us to be able to structure transactions in a way that will take a risk from parties that are less able to pay to parties that are more able to pay. That's why working with partners like Oakwood will help navigate these nuances of a bankable transaction. Once we do this pre-assessment, we go to the first level of approval, which we call pre-assessment committee. And once it's cleared, the transaction moves to our credit department for further credit analysis. Additional information may be requested, and you provide, you just be patient. Because international lending is not like local lending. Provide additional information, we are satisfied, the transaction is presented to our credit committee. If within the limit of our credit committee, would approve. So transactions up to $50 million can be approved by a credit committee. And at that point, you pay the legal fees and the facility agreement gets documented. You collect the CPs, you disburse. So those are the three phases. Now, if the credit committee doesn't have the limit to approve, so transaction above $50 million US, you go to the executive committee of the, and then you pay the legal fees, we'll document, conditions precedent, conditions that you need to fulfill before you draw. Once you fulfill those, then you'll be able to utilize facility.
This
Typically,
is Big
a
Brother.
trade.
Mr. Inton, you have 5 minutes.
So typically, an average trade finance transaction will take on average, say about 12 weeks, so about 3 months to go through. And a project finance transaction will take about 6 months, just so you have a way to manage your expectation. Our facilities are documented according to English law and the local law for the perfection of the security. So if a transaction is happening in Ghana, it will be English law and Ghanaian law. If it is happening in Cote d'Ivoire, French law and Ivorian law. This will allow you enough time to prepare and manage your expectation. Finally, I would like to highlight a few trade facilitation initiatives that I have been promoting. Next slide, please. The first one is the Africa Medical Supply Platform, AMSP, which we set up during COVID, very quickly. This was set up. You know, when COVID came, there was vaccine nationalization, where the rich buy more vaccines and hoarding them for their citizens, while African countries were struggling. So Afreximbank, working with the Africa CDC, African Union, and all the other partners, decided to create a platform that will allow Africa to come together. We use that platform to order and import the vaccine on behalf of the whole continent, and they distribute according to their need. So countries needed to go to that platform and indicate what quantity they need. And this is what we use to import 400 million doses of Johnson & Johnson vaccine by issuing a $2 billion advance payment guarantee on behalf of the continent. So Afreximbank guarantees the payment of those vaccines, and then the African countries then had up to 5 years to pay us back. And that's how you had the Johnson & Johnson vaccine that we had here. It was very tough negotiation where our president was directly involved in that. So, thank you. The AMSP platform, because it's not only going to be used for the importation of vaccine or COVID vaccine, we are now institutionalizing it so that it can be used for future purposes for any medical imports that want to do on behalf of the country. That's not trade finance per se, but you see we facilitated vaccine, a bank importing vaccine on behalf of the country. This is what happened. Then the Pan-African payment and settlement system, they already spoke about it a lot. Just a few points I want to highlight here. Today it costs us, if you want to import anything from an African country, you take your CDs, you first go buy dollars. There's a cost to buy the dollars. Then you transfer the dollar to the country, you translate it to the local currency of that country, you lose money. There's another cost to buy the article. So there's the cost of the currency and then the cost of the article. That makes trade very expensive. But this is coming from an African country. Today we have how many currencies in Africa? 42. 42 currencies. So we are saying if we have to trade among ourselves, let's use local currency. You sit here, you pay cities, and you buy something from Cameroon, the person receives the CFA. Afreximbank and the central bank don't the settlement and clearing. Your business is not there. So the cost of foreign currency is eliminated. This is what part we do. Coincidentally, CAP was piloted in the West Africa Monetary Zone, where Ghana is a member. So the Bank of Ghana has been awarded the PACs. And today we have 8 central banks and 45 commercial banks. So we are going through a phase where central banks are being onboarded, and through their national switches, we are onboarding the various banks. So that once all the commercial banks are onboarded on bank, you can walk in there that I want to pay for a good in Nigeria. Though they need your CD accounts, and the guy who supply in Nigeria will receive Naira. And you don't care about what happened, because Afreximbank, the central bank, are going to declare us. What that is going to do to us is that it will not only save the 5 billion which we spend annually for FX to buy US for a country. It will also give us statistics. If you see that today more countries are settling Ghana in cities, because the way it happens is that countries have their PAPS settlement account open with Afreximbank. They pre-fund it with USD and they use that to settle. So if you find out that more countries are settling Ghana more than Nigeria or more than Cameroon, after 5 years, you spool the data, or after 10 years, you spool the data, and that will give you information for which kind of single currency we should embark. Today they are talking about convergence criteria. Oh, let's have the same interest rate. Can Togo and Ghana have the same interest rate? It's not possible. Can Ghana and Nigeria have the same? It's not possible. Or let's have inflation to be the same. Inflation in Nigeria today is 17.7%. In Ghana today is 27.7%. It cannot be the same. We can wait till we all die. It will never converge. But when you have statistics that show that these countries are settling more on it, you see that will have evidence to say this is the single currency that we need. That's what PAX is also going to do. The Master KYC platform is an African-wide platform which you're going to hear more about on PAX Master. That's it, because Africa is always perceived to be very risky. What can we do to change the perception? Let's pull all our KYC information, put it together, and on one platform. Anybody who wants any KYC information on your entity, go to that platform and get it. It is cleared by a regulator. It is published by Afreximbank platform, which is Mansa KYC platform. That becomes one platform. It gives you a unique identity, which they use to be able to trade on back. And all of these initiatives are done under the auspices of the African Union, working in partnership with the AFCFTA Secretariat. All of this, plus the trade information portal, which provides all the trade information on a country-by-country basis in one platform. For instance, Africa sometimes import toothpick from China, import other things, meat, as the Secretary General was speaking, meat from China, or from Brazil, or from Argentina. Whether Botswana produces a lot of meat and we can import from there. Simply because we don't know what other African countries produce. So one of the higher challenges is lack of trade information. That's why we also set up this trade information portal to provide all trade information on all African countries in one platform. You go on that platform, you see what Ghana produces, you see what Cameroon produces, you see what Nigeria produces, you see what all the other African countries produce. You also see the regulation for each country, trade regulation portal, trade. So if you know the regulation in Ghana, you know that in Cote d'Ivoire, you know that in Nigeria, you'll be able to know how to trade among these countries. All in one platform. So the PAPS, the MANSA, the TIP, Trade Information Portal, Trade Regulation Information Portal, all of these are put together under one umbrella, which we call the African Trade Gateway, which is what His Excellency Wampele mentioned earlier. These are those initiatives which we are putting together. Last but not the least, the AFCFTA adjustment facility. Countries are going to open up borders. They will lose revenues from the custom duties and so on. Afreximbank decided to put in place an adjustment fund that will help both the government and the private sector to adjust to the revenue loss. You need something to incentivize you to be able to lose those revenues. So if you lose the money that you used to have because you pay custom duties, you should have a fallback which will help you to adjust. That's why there's an adjustment facility. So Afreximbank has made available 1 billion and is leveraging on its partners with international financial institutions to bring it up to 5 or 7 billion US dollars to be able to support that free trade. These are the soft infrastructure that we need for the AFCFTA to function properly. We also have the issue, the Secretary General also highlighted, if you want to ship from Accra to Lagos, how many days it takes. It's not all about time. It's also about the heavy documentation, administrative bottlenecks that you go through. Afreximbank has put in place an instrument, which is Afreximbank Africa Collaborative Guarantee Scheme, which will allow one custom bond to be issued. And that will enable you to move goods from Cape Town to Cairo, from Dakar to Dar es Salaam. From north to south, you can move with one instrument. So you will see that moving goods from Accra to Lagos will no longer take 12 days. With one document, you just show the document and you move. And this will be done in partnership with the local banks, the various custom authorities. That will facilitate intra-African trade under the AFCFTA. So these are some of the initiatives which we are championing. The collaborative guarantee scheme is being tested and piloted in the COMESA region, the common market of East and Southern Africa, where His Excellency indicated that it takes 3 days to move things around. Because there it's already working. We wanted to pilot there so that once it works so well, we'll now flesh it out to the entire continent. So I thank you very much for your kind attention. I think I should stop here and take any few questions. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for our regional CEO. And so all is set now for us to engage you, entrepreneurs. You are the ones for whom we labor. You've heard it all. I believe my Uncle George has received answers to many of his questions. Please state your name, your organization, and proceed straight to your question or your contribution. Even if you want to make a prophecy, we'll take it. Okay, let's start with you, sir.
Francis Oposukobia is my name, a young business owner in the building construction industry. Please, you made a point that you are not going to compete the local banks, but you are rather going to help them get the funds to the local business. Then you also made a statement that, especially in Africa and in Ghana here, the SMEs, sometimes the monies you need is even lesser than the 2 million balance that you were talking about. Like Accra here in Kumasi, some people need money like 50 Ghana cedi to start a business. We go to the local bank, they will tell you, bring this, bring that. You are saying that you are going to channel your funds to the local banks. If we go there, won't it be the old things that we have been facing that the SMEs in Africa and Ghana are facing, which has become a bottleneck for us, and always we are struggling to get financing? That is my question.
Should we take one more, or I just go ahead? Please, there's a hand here in front.
Okay. Let me take this from.
Thank you very much. I'm Kingsley Amwa, the convener for Civil Society Coalition for AFTA. Per your submission, you've made a very impressive submission to the slides that you've shown to us. What we are saying, we as Civil Society saying, what strategy has the Afreximbank, which has shown resilience in terms of export, intra-Africa trade, and export development, what policy or strategy is Afreximbank coming out with to collaborate with all the export development agencies across the African continent and the free zones authorities, that's the SDGs, so that we can be able to help advance the cause of the economic, special economic development across the African continent? Because we're talking about industrialization, we can't talk about free trade without industrialization. And whilst you are talking about industrialization, then you need to also have institutions that are also going to coordinate exports. So we are looking at the Afreximbank itself and the after per our policy brief that we've designed, which will be showing out, that there should be some, we have the departments, either we strengthen the department to agencies which will be under the after or the Afrexim, so that they can coordinate the export, the industrializing aspect and the export with across the African continent, so that we can be, businesses can have access to these informations, so that it will not be as after a year, we need to harmonize these institutions and strengthen them. This is what I think I want to come up with. Thank you very much.
Okay. We have time for 3 more, Madam.
Thank you. My name is Paulina Brokwa, a freight forwarder and a trade enthusiast. I have 3 questions. My first one is, yes, it's very short. They are straightforward questions. So you mentioned about the shareholding structure and says that there are 3 classes. You mentioned just class A as having been from the Africans, about 52 African countries. I want to find out the rest, if any. And then also, with regards to the financing, does origin status matter? Because there's a difference between the country of export and country of origin. The fact that the goods are just manufactured in Ghana, does this qualify, or it has to have an originating status? And then lastly, you keep mentioning Oakwood Green as leading prospective borrowers, if they don't qualify to borrow directly from you. I want to find out the cost involved in using their service, because I don't see them as making a presentation. So, and then lastly, what is the relationship between Afreximbank and then the Ghana Exim Bank? Thank you.
What's your first name? It's Olivia, it's not Paulina. It's just like Oliver Twist.
Thank you very much. I'm James Kofi Tamakulu. I'm into supply of cassava chips, and then the flour, and then the peels. My question goes this way. I think it's a two-way question. Within the African sub-region, we are grappling with issues of cybersecurity, especially when they want to trade with certain countries. There's an issue of cyber issues. I mean, fraud is dominant in some of the countries surrounding us. What is the way out from Afreximbank and probably maybe after? Number two, we also have issues of this Boko Haram development and all kind of petty terrorism activities that are rising up quite recently. And you know, trade takes place in a very secured environment. What is the way forward? Thank you very much.
When they want to turn Afrexim into AU, would accept the challenge.
Yes.
Yes, thank you very much. My name is Michael Elom from Western Premium. We do MRO support services for oil and gas sectors and then chemical management services. Please, I just want to find out, you made mention of legal fees that has to be paid at the point of credit approval. I don't know how the legal fees are determined. Thank you.
Thank you. And the very last one for this round.
Thank you very much. My name is Dr. Mutala. I just want to know, are you being deliberate about facilitating road networks? I know, for example, the Chinese have something about the Belt and Road Initiative, and the G7 is also coming up with something like that. Be deliberate about trade routes. Are you facilitating something like that? I think it would be very important if intra-African trade is to work. Thank you.
Sorry, I didn't get the question. Are we facilitating what?
Road networks, transportation networks.
Okay.
Yes. Since you've done vaccines, you can do road.
Yes.
Okay. I would have stopped here, but let's make it quick, please.
My name is Komi Amase. I'm a fundraising consultant. So I never heard you speak about the interest rates and up to whether they vary per country. So how do you, in Ghana currently we are doing 25-27% on the money. So if I have operations spread across Africa, should I be applying from my Nigerian branch where I would have a lower interest rate? And how do you factor the country risk premium on the, do you use the central bank rates in any form at all? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. My name is Cletus Dara from Lakeside Farms.
There's another one.
We're into farming. So the first question was, when you started your presentation, you said you live and sleep Afreximbank, yeah. But I didn't hear you say about eat, so I want to know what you eat. Secondly, on the shareholder slide, I saw China Bank. I wanted to know what China was doing as part of the Africa stuff. And lastly, I wanted to know about the interest rate when it comes to dealing with the small SMEs like us, because you said we're going to go through the local banks to deal with us. So does that mean the interest rate is going to go up again? Because already it's around 20-something%. Thank you.
All right. Stenton, you stand accused. In 15 minutes, please.
All right, so let me start with the first one. The first question was highlighting we don't compete with local banks. SMEs need to go through local banks, and when they approach them, they ask for all kinds of onerous requirements and so on. Yeah, it is true we don't compete. If you recall when I was explaining, it's an on-lending structure where we are lending to the local bank for on-lending to your company. That is prepared in a structure and captured in a term sheet. so that the pricing and the conditions are transparent. It's not like we'll give the money to the local bank, turn our back, and we walk away. You will see those conditions, you will negotiate them, you are party to this agreement. Those conditions are negotiated and agreed before being signed off. Besides, we have specialized SMEs program. Our Director of Export Development is here, and she's going to be giving you more details on how we're trying to support SMEs. Remember when Mr. Gabi Edgar spoke, he highlighted that and the Secretary General Wamkele, he also said SMEs are the backbone of African economies. So we recognize that fact, and the online structure ensures transparency, allows you to negotiate and agree the terms and conditions before we sign off for disbursement. And if that doesn't work, there are other specialized approaches to support SMEs, which are being handled by our Export Development Department. And we are privileged to have Mrs. Oloranti Duarte here with us. She will provide more details. Second one, what is our strategy to be collaborating with on export development, free trade zone, special economic zone? In fact, that is actually, you are talking as if you read our strategy. That's what we actually do. So the free trade zone is our partner. We go into the country and partner with them, and they will show us a piece of land, and we'll start developing an industrial park or a special economic zone and so on. In the presentation of Mrs. Duarte, you're going to see that the various countries in which we are championing those initiatives. And that can only work when we partner with the free trade zones, with the special economic zones, and the various ministries of trades. So that partnership is actually ongoing. The shareholding structure, that's the third question. We have 4 classes of shares. Class A is African states, and today we have 52 member countries. Class B is African institutions. Oakwood Green Africa is a shareholder. Because it's an African institution, he falls in Class B. Any entity here, if you buy shares in Afreximbank, you fall in Class B. Class C is international institution, and that will answer the other question, what China is doing. International institution, such as China Exim Bank, India Exim Bank, Standard Chartered Bank, Citibank, Russia Export Agency, and so on. And the reason, and the Class D is listed on the Mauritius Stock Exchange, is now open to any other class of shares. Now, the reason why Afreximbank was created like this, it's a blueprint, it's an epitome of a PPP, public-private partnership, where you have on one hand the public sector, who are Class A shareholders, who can determine, only African states in Class A have the right to determine the continuity of the bank. No other class can determine that. So it remains African. We learn lessons from somewhere that we have to make the bank African. Then, why do we bring in the private sector from Africa again, and then private sector internationally, and then open it up to the wider community? Because in the past, when they set up Exim banks, they will allow them for various member countries to be providing subsidy and subvention. And after a while, it will not work. So the forefathers, the founding fathers, had a clear conception of how the bank should be set up, in a way that the bank can go to the market and borrow. Today, we don't take deposits. We go to the international market, in the Eurobond market, issue bonds, borrowed from bilateral facilities with commercial banks in the international market, or we just do syndicated facilities. Because we cannot rely on our states to be giving money every year. And that's why this is working. China Exim actually has a board seat because they have a shareholding structure, shareholding percentage that is reasonably high. And they are there representing their interests. So for us to be able to go to China, for us to be able to go to Europe and America and Japan recently to raise money, it is the positive externalities of the shareholding structure. I'm sure that also answers the question on shareholding. So China is not there to control Afreximbank. Classes A and B remain African. And that's about 65%, if my rough estimate, because shareholdings keep changing as people increase their various shares. But decision for the existence and continuity of the bank rests with the Class A, who are African states. And the private sector brings in additional investment so that we can get more funds to be able to support you. Fourth question was country of domicile in Africa. Like if the entity that is manufacturing a product is an African entity and is exporting to another African entity. That's a very important question. The question is important because we support trade for products that are produced in Africa or products that are produced elsewhere, but will have an impact on Africa. All depends on the structuring of the transaction. So it doesn't necessarily mean that if a product is produced in Ghana and being exported to Brazil, we're not going, rather we will support that more because this is extra African trade. That's trade between Africa and the rest of the world. Or if you want South-South trade, because Africa is in the southern hemisphere and Brazil is also in the southern hemisphere. So we encourage that. But our focus is on Africa, to support the Africa transformation agenda. That is very important. And of course, that's the theme of this roadshow. Number 5, relationship with Afreximbank and Ghana Eximbank. Also talked about partnership with Oakwood Green, that SMEs who cannot borrow directly should go to Oakwood. No, that's not what we are saying. Whether you are a corporate that you can borrow directly, whether you are an SME that you cannot borrow directly, everybody has the right to approach Oakwood Green. The reason why we have partnership, we have various advisors that understand the requirement. See, international financing is not local financing. You cannot walk in and say, please write a check and just give me. You need to understand some of these things are not things that are very familiar to you. You focus on your core business. If you're manufacturing, focus there and be manufacturing and allow an entity that has the capacity to be able to help you, guide you, package the transaction pack together and send it to Africa and follow up on your behalf, and all you just need is the money. Now, what you're going to pay them, you can negotiate directly with them, and Gabi is going to add, there are facilitative initiatives that they do that you don't even require to pay. He will be telling you a lot of the things that they are doing across the continent. For instance, you are attending this roadshow. Have you paid? He facilitated everything. So can we give him a round of applause, please? So these are some of the examples that you see that it's not everything that you have to pay for. It's education. His role is to educate, to help you. By the time you start going through this, you start saying, but what is balance? What is credit, current ratio? What is the... No, your job is to manufacture this. Focus on that one. Specialization is what is going to redeem us and give us economic independence. The relationship between Afreximbank and Ghana Eximbank. When Afreximbank was created, the concept was that each country will have an Exim Bank. We have Nigeria Exim. We have now Ghana Exim. Each country will have an Exim Bank. Then Afreximbank becomes an umbrella Exim Bank with the same mandate. So Ghana Exim is focusing on export-import for Ghana alone. African Export-Import Bank is focusing on export-import trade finance for the whole continent, which means they complement each other. Ghana Exim was created, one of the first visits they did was to come to our headquarters in Cairo to find ways on how we'll be partners. And Wisdom, please, if you can stand up, who is the country relationship manager for Ghana? He is from Ghana. We'll tell you that we have been, thank you, Wisdom. We'll tell you that we have been in discussion with Ghana Exim to see how we can synergize and provide more support to the entities. So it's a very good partnership and a good question. Cyber security and fraud. One of the things we do is capacity building, creating awareness and training. That is why when we are documenting transactions, we document according to the local law and the international law. We educate people. We try to structure it. You know, fraud, you can never completely eliminate it, but you try your best to minimize it to the barest minimum. So the structuring of a transaction already takes into consideration elimination of fraud. If you tell me that you have this document, I want to see it. That is it. I want to see it. And when you give it to me, I will call you, say, the receivables are coming from Cocoa Board. The CEO of Cocoa Board or the deputy CEO is my friend. I will call him. Do you know this thing? That's how we work. So by the time we finish the structure and finally document it, sign and give it the money, we have tried our best. Even God in heaven will understand we are tried. And inshallah, there will be no fraud, right? So that's how we, through structured trade finance, we try to eliminate fraud. Legal fees, how much are they? Very good question. Because we're a multilateral financial institution, we must document our facilities according to one of the international laws, be it English law or French law. We have selected a set of legal firms, legal firms that we work with, and we negotiate these fees with them. Sometimes it can be $25,000, sometimes it can be more, it can be $55,000, sometimes it can be $50,000. What you should focus on is not the legal fees. Is that when I pay the interest rate, when I pay the advisory fee to Oakwood Green, when I pay the legal fees, this is my finance cost. When I now take the money and produce the goods and services and sell, this is my revenue. You do your maths and your economics. You see whether you are worse off or better off. Once you do that, you make a financing decision. That's the way. You don't look at it one side. You look at it holistically. It's a package. And you make a decision to be able to. Because by our very nature, we have to document under one of the international laws. Unfortunately, that's the way we were set up by our founding fathers. I don't know whether that's a satisfactory answer, but this is the way you should look at it to minimize the cost, because your gains will neutralize the cost that you incur. Facilitation of roads, very important. If you remember, I said Afreximbank finance, trade and trade related. If a road is from farm to market, a road is from one African country to another African country, farm to market will facilitate the products to be moved from the farm to the market. We will finance that. If it's a road, a trade corridor between Ghana and Togo, we will finance that because that will facilitate intra-African trade. So we do that. Any transaction that you have to bring to us, think, what is the trade connotation? What is the trade relationship? If you can find a trade angle to it, in line with the 4 pillars, which I spent time explaining. Pillar number 1, intra-African trade and AFCFTA. Number 2, industrialization and export development. We have our director here for export development. Number 3, leadership in global trade finance in Africa. And number 4, financial sustainability. Once you have all of this in mind you, the presentation will be made available to all the participants. It will be shared so that you can revise. You are not obliged to remember everything. Once you see this, you know that this transaction has trade and trade relation. Then you will meet. So road networks that facilitate trade, that's why we were created. It's not even a question to ask whether we do that. So we actually do that. Interest rate. Interesting. Interest rates, the way we structure our finance costs, it takes into account a couple of aspects. One, the cost of funds. Because Afreximbank is not a deposit-taking financial institution. You can't walk in, open an account, and start depositing money. You typically can because you need financing. Because we don't take deposit. That means that we only raise our liabilities by going to the international market to borrow. We borrow in the Eurobond market. We issue bonds, we raise money. We do bilateral facilities, we do syndicated facilities. So we pay for those. We pay interest rate as well. So we'll factor in the cost that we paid for that funding. That's one. Number 2, the risk premium that my brother highlighted there of the country. Depending on the country, the risk premium. This is not very much a big consideration for us. The reason is that we look at Africa as one. If this roof is leaking at that end, what are we going to do? We'll run away and start focusing only on this side? No, we'll try to fix it. If Afreximbank, created by Africans, is running away from African countries, I will tell you, even countries like recently Burkina Faso, and we are still struggling to find ways to support them. Today, countries like Zimbabwe have survived and existed for a very long period of time because of support of Afreximbank. Sudan, when no entity, no international financial institution could lend to them, Afreximbank has always been there. we'll find a way, because we believe in the mantra, if it's possible, we will do it. If it's impossible, we can still do it. So we'll find a way to be able to support them. That is how we perceive things. So when we now factor in cost of funds, we factor in the small risk premium and the margin. Remember, they need to also pay my salary so that I can be coming here to talk. Cover overheads, all these things. For me to travel here, they pay a ticket and so on. All of those overheads will factor in. You will see that on average, a 1-year facility will cost you all in. That means the fees, the facility fee, the annual management fee, if it's applicable, the interest rate, everything, all it will be around 6% per annum, which is not very expensive. Right? That's for 1 year. And then for 2 years, you have about 6.5%. For 3 years, you go about 6.75 to 7%, and so on and so forth. So depending on the tenure of the facility, you see, the longer the tenure, the more expensive the facility is, because there's so much uncertainty. Today, when you were planning in 2019, did you know that COVID-19 will come? 2020, we were all locked down. We could not travel and so on. So the longer it takes, the more expensive it will be. But the pricing takes into consideration the developmental impact of the bank. This is very, very important. So don't shy away from applying. Apply, negotiate. You have the right to negotiate. We will tell you what is possible and what is not possible. If it's within your right, we will support you because of the developmental mandate that the transaction is going to do.
Mr. Anton, there's only one thing we cannot negotiate on. MTN says you have 1 minute remaining.
Okay, thank you. So somebody asked that, what do I eat? I eat Afreximbank as well. Because if I leave Afreximbank, it means that I eat Afreximbank to be able to leave, right? I think that was an interesting question. What is China doing and interest rate? I think I've answered already. Thank you very much. Mr. Iga, if you want to add.
Wow, Eric, he set examination for you. But I think he passed, right? Okay. He was always very brilliant in school. Let me just add to a couple of things that he has said. You know, I had some questions about how, you know, and why Oakwood. For us, we've taken it as a duty. As a duty to champion the change in the African narrative. For us, it's not just, to our benefit, but so that we can look back in years to come and say to ourselves, because of us, that bridge was built. Because of us, that hospital was built. Because of us, there are factories, there are schools, there's water in that community, there's healthcare in that community. That is what is driving us. But like Eric said, obviously, we must also eat, right? What we're doing for SMEs, because I realized that it was a mixture of attendance that we got. Some big companies and some not so big companies. And for us, we feel truly, and in my speech you heard, that the SMEs are actually the foundation of any economy. The amount of productive capacity that you can come out with is what creates jobs, employment, and development in any nation. So our duty is to help you through that growth phase. You know, you will find that some of the challenges that some SMEs have is when you go to banks, they ask you for a lot of things. Your grandmother's perfume, you know, where she keeps your, it's a problem, okay? And Eric has said to you, you are not in the business of all those documentation, and you do not understand the structure of how these transactions work. And so we act for you as advisors. Specifically for the SMEs, how do we prepare you for a time when you can truly access finance? There has to be some structure in your business that gives comfort to the bank that truly our money is not going to go to loss. Okay? So we go through a program, especially for the SMEs. We're doing this program currently in the Gambia, in Sierra Leone, and Ghana is next. Our company called Afreximbank is supposed to accelerate companies from your current stage or whatever stage you are through what we call the Bloom journey. The Bloom journey is in 5 stages. Starts from the bottom. So when we take information from you, we assess what stage you are in along the 5 stages. And we know the level of preparedness that you have or you need to prepare you for financing. Okay? Some of you require tools. Some of you require knowledge. Some of you, exactly. So Oakwood Green has set up its companies to be able to support you. So for knowledge, we have Oakwood Knowledge Academy. So what do you need to be an entrepreneur, to manage your books, to manage your finances, to ensure it has some good track record that banks can access? Because a bank cannot assess you if you do not have that structure. Okay? In terms of tools that you require, whether it's tools to just prepare yourself a financial statement, okay? To know what profits you make, what inputs you have, what all of those things, we provide that also for you, okay? Now, when it comes to finance, which you need, and that's what everybody needs, but sometimes you go to a bank, and obviously they are saying you're not prepared. But that's why we are also working with partners, banking partners here today. It's not by error that we have Ghana Commercial Bank and CBG, okay? Consolidated Bank Ghana, okay? So what we will do is work with them as well to see how we can package you through that journey, make you an acceptable credit risk for them to be able to lend to you, or Afrexim to on-lend to them to lend to you. And that's why we have our SME champion Accelerate. Sophie, please, let's see you. Okay, that's Sophie. Sophie will be engaging you on day 2 for those of you who are the SMEs that may not necessarily today meet the criteria for direct on-lending by Afreximbank. Okay, and then she will speak and see how we can begin to work with you. One of the things we're doing, and we'll work with Ghana Export Promotion Agency, is also to create a trade portal where you can warehouse and showcase your goods. And you'll be very surprised that some companies somewhere in another African country looking for just that shea butter that you have will tell you, or an international organization will create that visibility for you. And once you have those kind of demand, we can now work with you to do a structured finance for you to produce, to supply that demand. Those are some of the things we do. Another thing we'll do is we will prepare you to be able to go to the Intra-Africa Trade Fair, where you will meet people like you who are, you know, also showcasing their goods. But apart from that, one of the critical things for us is this export of raw materials rather than conversion to secondary markets, okay? We want to work with you to create secondary markets. We need more cocoa processing companies. I mean, truly, we produce cocoa. Maybe Kenya produces coffee. So we need to see the cocoa-coffee combination. One very interesting thing I saw outside there just now, between Gihok and, what's the name of the company? There's a company there producing chocolates just by Gihok. Choco Bites. They just did one very interesting thing just now. Alcohol chocolate blend. And right there, they produced it right there now. What do you call it? Sorry? Gihok. Yes, Gihok and... Oh, it's called Gihok. Okay. I shouldn't just say alcohol. I should be specific. Alcohol from Gihok. And you know they have been in this business for many years. And chocolates from Choco Bites. They mixed just now and provided that chocolate, which can actually go to market. Sometimes we buy these things, they say something flavored chocolate, whatever. So those are the things we want to see happening. Chocolates and fruits, dates with chocolates, all of those kind of factories would come. So we begin to look at export development. And that's why we have the Director of Export Development here, Oluronti. So this is what we do. We facilitate that. That's why we call this the last mile. Okay? Today you see Eric. Today you see Oluronti. Tomorrow she's back in Cairo. You don't see her, but you see Oakwood Green. We're on ground. We're here with you. We will facilitate your development. Thank you.
You want to ask some questions? Well, how about having those questions behind some nice food and some amazing drinks? Won't that be fun? And so, ladies and gentlemen, yes, there's an afternoon session right after lunch. That one, you don't want to miss it because there'll be actual deals on the table. So I beg you in all the names of God, as soon as you finish with your lunch, let's all come back. And then we have a raffle also. We have some amazing prizes for some entrepreneurs. I don't want to tell you what they are, but you would absolutely love them. We'll all go down the stairs, we'll take a picture, a group photograph together, and the ushers will lead us to the Wesley Girls Hall for lunch. Mr. DJ, bring it down, bring it down. Ladies and gentlemen, please take all your personal belongings along with you. Some people have started dropping their phones. Remember what I said. Even Jesus Christ had Judas amongst him. Please. Phone, please. Owner should see me. Ladies and gentlemen, there's a group photo happening right now. Let's all make our way there. We're keeping others waiting, please.